in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, and Doug, friends have already gathered in the Air Comfort Service text inbox because they want their text read. Martin, do you see what happens? Right at around 6:55, they start to send them in because they want to set the Stiefel dossier, and only one person can set the Stiefel dossier, and that's Little Jackie Papers.
Love
that Rascal Puff.
These are the folks that would camp out for playoff tickets down at Busch Stadium game, just spending the night, Doug, with sleeping bags.
You ever camp out for tickets to anything?
No.
I think camp out. I waited a long time for Pearl Jam tickets at West County Mall. Was that 92?
I just simply don't know the years, Tim.
93? But as far as sporting event tickets, I don't believe so.
You'd have to
Spending the
really
night's
be a
that's a
trooper.
commitment, isn't it?
You'd have to be a real trooper to spend the night on the streets of St. Louis now waiting to buy tickets to a Cardinal game. But they used to do it. A lot of them.
That was the thing.
Manute Bowl eligible at 6:55. What is this? It's a screenshot. It says, in what has become an annual event in St. Louis, barring unusual circumstances, the recent NBA Finals more than doubled the Stanley Cup Finals in television viewership. Oh, my. That's what it was. Because the only text I saw was, I credit Jackson Sports Center updates. And then I see the screenshot above it in the Air Comfort Service text inbox from Manute Bowl eligible. It says, this despite the market not having an NBA team since the 67-68 season, the same one in which the Blues began play. So in that 1 year, Doug, we had four major North American professional sports leagues
sure
right
did.
here.
We don't anymore.
What did you lead
Perhaps
with,
you've
Doug, on
noticed.
those nights? What were you leading with?
Well, I was a young child.
What?
I would have led
watching
with
you.
the Cardinals. They were still king.
Okay.
And they had a great club.
Why
too.
did you hate the Battlehawks even then?
Well, they weren't around. It was the big reason. We didn't do minor league sports back then.
Oh!
Again, why do you hate the Swarm?
I don't hate the Swarm.
Is that Bernie Bickerstaff?
Or the
Doug
Grizzlies?
Smith, Buck Grimm, jump, Buck, jump. Ty said he's smaller.
I didn't hate the River Otters. I didn't hate any of them.
Nielsen, which tracks viewership, reports that 3.5% of the market tuned in on average to Oklahoma City's victory in 7 games over Indiana for the basketball title, where the figures were 1.7% for Florida's 6-game conquest of Edmonton for the hockey crown. Jackson, would you like to issue a statement regarding this data point that Manute Bowl eligible sent in to try to set the Stiefel dossier, even though I was fully prepared to break down the Cardinals not scoring 2 straight games?
Men lie, women lie, numbers don't.
Wow.
Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. Can I counter with the NBA Finals are on ABC over the air for free? NHL, you had to have cable.
Paper's your response.
Not everybody has cable.
Everyone's got a story, though.
Think about that.
He's just
But
dismissing
not
this
everyone has
completely.
cable.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Let's argue. Let's go. Set the clock. Tim, how long does it save to have a
4
successful
minutes
show?
says argue over
4
something.
minutes to argue. I could start screaming. Just call me Producer Mart, and I'm just going to start screaming.
Producer Mart.
I'm going to scream at Jackson.
Yeah.
So that argument is coming your way, along with Joey Vitale on the Stiefel dossier, Doug.
Okay, he's always fun.
I always look forward to that conversation in the 8 o'clock hour, and I believe it's presented by Schaefer Door Company. The great Jason Gosrow, also sponsor of the podcast here on TMA and throughout the day on 101 ESPN. Of course, we have our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Only 2 more shows left in the month of June. Buck Swope with a 1-goal lead over Marlins Family Barbecue. And there's Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio trailing by 2. He could force a sudden death playoff on July 1st. But other than that, those are the only people eligible to win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month. Now, you want to be the TMA listener of the month, go to TMASTL.com. And Jackson, you will have the final 4 or 5 that you send to us, and then we vote in the papal conclave. Is that how it works?
That's exactly right.
No. So TMASTL.com. And the good news is you get to keep your anonymity. So you never have to give your real name, Doug. And that's the way you like it.
It seems kind of twisted that you win this valuable prize and you're happy about it as long as no one knows that you won it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Is that like winning the lottery, kind of? When you win your $360 million, you don't want anyone to know?
I could see similarities there.
Yeah.
So a 3.5 rating for the NBA. All I hear is that 96.5% of St. Louis didn't watch the NBA Finals. That's from Kevin, and he's at the lake.
That's one way of looking at it. Listen, the spins will come. It's all day. And Martin makes a very good point, But also, I think...
I'm just wondering if that plays a role.
Oh,
like
how
in
could it
St.
not?
Louis. Hey, it's on ABC. What's that? That's Channel 30. Oh, yeah, they used to have news. I'll watch. And then you want to watch the hockey. Oh, where is it? Oh, I have to pay. I cut the cord. How do I watch it? Do I download an app? Oh, forget it. I'll just watch the basketball.
You don't think sports fans in St. Louis have ESPN?
I don't know. Maybe get the casual viewer. that's looking for a rerun of Roseanne, and they stumble into the NBA Finals.
Connors.
I get it. But
the millennial asks if he can call in. Everyone can call in.
Yeah.
Lines are open. We've cleared.
Doug
We've
cleared
The
the
lines, clear them. If you're on there now, get on off of there. Clear the line.
Callier and Thompson phone lines have been cleared. 314-974-0101. Millennial, you're welcome to call in. I would assume Pestis is on there. Baldwin Beer Bitch was holding for a while, but I didn't get to her yesterday, so we welcome all friends to gather on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and friends have already gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, including the co-founder of the Fairmount Parks Players Club, who says, "Morning, boys. Listen to QFTA this morning, so my bulge will extend past the recommended 4-hour limit."
Oh.
Yeah, that's what when Jackson and I do questions from the audience, there is an impact on some gentlemen's bulges. That's
and
what,
this week, the segment, what, 3 hours?
No, only an hour, and right on an
no.
hour.
Yep.
I don't know what that was about.
I think QFTA might have the widest delta of length of episodes, because 2 weeks ago it was about 2 hours and 20 minutes.
That's the sweet spot.
Sometimes
That's the good stuff.
Sometimes we'll do like a 35-minute sode.
Because I have a meeting.
Yeah, likely. And then, sometimes an hour. So it's really just and we've done 3 hours before.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a wide
That's
delta.
and the show ends when Jackson finally begins to wet himself.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It's like
He's not allowed out of the room.
it's like we can go 240, but I'm going to be pretty soaked.
By the way, the hockey was TNT, not ESPN. Same idea, though, Kate.
Right, not
TNT.
Sure.
If that jamoke from Festus calls in to ask for the email address again, block him! It's from the Veiled Prophet, Doug. That's a reference to Pestis from Festus, who has called in a couple times looking for the email of the day email address.
Okay.
We've given it to him a couple of times. Some listeners are a little questioning the whole process, considering he says he's blind and then he's writing it down. We're not leading that investigation. Veiled Prophet can if Pestis calls in.
I am a little concerned because you gave the address, and at the end of the call, he said, "Now, what was it again?" I didn't feel real confident that it had been taken down properly. But the millennial, come on, let's go. I want to know if there's some burning topic, Tim, that we have missed, because the millennial said, "Can I call in?" Of
course.
And Francesca would say no, but we say yes.
Absolutely. Call on in, millennial. Joey Vitale will be calling in at approximately 8:15, and look forward to that. Bofa D's texting in, "My wife left me and I've bottomed out." Sounds like he needs to call in as well.
He needs help.
314-974-0101. That is how you can get involved on the program, in addition to the Air Comfort Service text inbox, which is 314-399-9646. Doug, Cardinals haven't scored since Tuesday. They lost the final 2 games. They split the series with the Cubs. And now that momentum we felt Wednesday morning has left us. Oh, my. Oh, my, indeed.
Well, you said it best, Tim.
Nice.
It is remarkable how quickly it can turn around, how you go from scoring 8 runs the first 2 games, and the Cubs pitching staff is in absolute disarray, and you're thinking, well, maybe this is a time where it's really ripe to get them right now. And the next 2 nights, the Cardinals can't score a run, can't do anything at all with the bats, just get blanked completely and squander a really good chance to pick up some ground. At least, I guess, the other side of that is they didn't lose any. They're still 4.5 out, so they're still hanging in there.
No blood.
No. You had a chance. Just one more win of the last 2 days, you're only 2.5 out, obviously. See how I did the math there?
I noticed that. That was great.
But, I don't know. Wasn't great, wasn't optimal, but they're still in there.
You've said enough to get your rights holder merit badge.
Thanks, Joe.
Got to say things like that to keep the badge.
Rights holder merit badge. How is that ass on Marquee Network not the lead? That's from Little Nipples. How is that ass?
On what?
Isn't that Boog Shiambi? Isn't he on the call? They don't like Boog
I
Shiambi?
didn't see him around there. Was it? What's the issue? Did the Cubs announcer take a shot at St. Louis? Is that what I?
Oh, I'll fight.
gathering.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman Kurt has the answer from the Callier and Thompson phone bank. Here is Chairman Kurt, Doug.
Phone bank.
Like that?
I could be wrong, but I think maybe the Marquee Network may have a lady cat
A lady cat.
That's the one I defended the other day when I thought Pete Crow Armstrong was a little too short with her.
Oh, you're talking like the cat.
Well, I think that's what he said.
Sideline
Yeah, a field
reporter.
reporter.
Yes,
Got it.
reporter.
Okay.
That was
And what did she say?
It was a tough word just in place
I don't
of
know.
that.
I just, I think I maybe saw somebody on the fan page post something about her.
Doug, what was on the fan page
I have
about?
no idea.
My news source.
So what, did she say something, or she just looked real attractive, and one of the guys on the fan page says, "Oh boy, it's a girl."
I think they did the classic post it and then with just the caption Doug ?
And what is that supposed to mean? What am I supposed to do with that?
What are your thoughts?
Tim, my question would be, if you wanted to call out somebody at the marquee, if you said this ass, you're probably referring to a male, aren't you?
That's what I would assume. But, to Little Nipples' credit, a show that
A lot of credit
otherwise is a
given.
fine-tuned machine with regard to its agenda every day, so much so that Stiefel said we'll sponsor the dossier of this presentation. Candidly, it's been just thrown off the rails.
Mm-hmm.
You make me feel like a natural woman.
How could I possibly have been goaded into singing that?
I know, you seem pretty passionate about it.
Now I'm knee deep into
Yeah, now we're
Marquee
stuck on
Network
this.
tweets.
Yeah.
Okay, apparently Lady Cat was broadcasting, looks maybe like from the pool at one Cardinal Way. I think maybe she was one
She's
up.
copying your bit, Mike.
Hey.
She's
Taking your
copying
swag.
your bit.
I defend her one day, the next day, my material ripped from my hands.
So what was going on?
Did you call them all Hoosiers?
It's just a screenshot. There's no additional info on this fan page post. But I'll send it into the text inbox so you guys can try and get to the bottom of it.
Taylor McGregor appears to be the cat of Marquee Sports Network, the sideline reporter. But I have
Used to
no
be
issue.
with the Rockies, I believe. Doug, she used to be with the
I don't know where she was.
Marquee went to a live shot of one Cardinal Way pool, and there was a lass in a bikini. That's what Little Nipples is talking about. That's from the co-founder of Fairmount Park Players Club.
But why are we upset about that? When you say this ass, it sounds like they did something terribly wrong.
Right. I thought there was like a take Smith.
Yes.
Doug has received the image. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think now I know they're referring to the backside
Nice.
of a person.
That's great.
So
that's
when
fun. That's fun for the whole family. I'd take that
not-
over a power tool any day of the week. Is that
Yes.
John Candy in Summer Rental?
I think
85.
Okay, so they're referring to someone's physique. They're not calling the person an ass.
She
Okay.
also started a "Let's Go Cubbies" chant, and I have the audio.
Oh, wow! Look at papers.
Let's go Cubbies.
That's some good broadcasting.
There we go. There we go.
She's being ironic, right? Well, there's some Cub fans. I blame Chairman Steve for allowing this.
So Chairman Steve invited Taylor McGregor up to his balcony a day after inviting you up to the balcony. Do you feel like you were used?
Yeah,
on
I
it?
do feel used. It was just a vehicle to open the door for a female reporter.
She would need somebody to get up. She couldn't just go there herself, right? Like
Right, you gotta be
someone who
escorted
lives
in.
there would have to let her in.
I like the idea they went up there and did that. If I were a side, I would want. The cat went down the beer barrel in Milwaukee.
Yeah,
the
that's right.
slide.
Yeah.
I think getting around
On
the
a
building,
four-game set,
you got time.
That's a long
It doesn't
time.
matter how many games are in a series. It's just fun to do it.
Well, if it's a 3-game weekend series, you're locked in. It's the weekend. But a 4-game weekday series, let's go to the pool.
Yeah, I guarantee you the cat and Taylor are less pressured during the 4-game series than the cat will be this weekend in Cleveland for this Guardians tilt. Luis Garcia on the mound tonight. Sonny Gray didn't pitch in the series against the Cubs, but he'll be out in Cleveland tonight.
Yeah.
But you like logistics. The game tonight is Apple. The game Sunday
that's
is
right.
Roku. So if
the cat only gets one game.
Yes, I gotta say that wouldn't be a bad trip.
I was wearing Jordan Walden's underwear on the way home.
That is a
get you called
callback
into the
to
office.
Joe Strauss attacking the cat for the Jordan Walden balloon party that he was holding on what was Fox Sports Midwest. Jordan Walden, of course, a middle reliever with the Cardinals about a decade ago.
Jordan Walden balloon party is on its way.
Papers
That was a
having
good
big
enough.
day.
Yeah, you are, Jackson. That was enough for me to name a midday show on 101 ESPN over it. Thank God it's Friday. Only took all of you 17 minutes to realize there are more meanings to the word ass. That's from the 573.
But the text line
fair.
tends to be hostile, so I assume they were angry at someone. But as a viewer, wouldn't you enjoy the sideline reporter wandering around like you haven't been to, like even in Cleveland? Show me a little of the park. I haven't been, I guess I have been there, but it's been a long time. I think that's a great
Seems
idea.
like that's their job.
I salute Lady Cat? For going over to One Cardinal Way.
Cat went over to the Ballpark Village one day and interviewed somebody that made like national news.
Oh, that was
crazy.
One of the greatest interviews. It was like an acid trip.
Classic. Go to bat.
Right there.
Classic. Go to bat.
He was talking about...
Was that John Gruden?
It was...
Some of the bathroom?
Yeah, he's talking about their drugs in the bathroom. And we broke that interview down like the Zapruder film, and we thought he was making a reference to, Martin, I don't know if you ever watched it, was a Netflix presentation, Orange is the New Black. There is drugs in the bathroom, and that was one of the themes of the episodes at the time. Otherwise, we had no idea what the gentleman was talking about. It was a man with two women, which, of course, is always the goal. And he was just on one, and the cat got to interact with him, and then at the end he wrapped it up by saying, classic, go to bat.
Classic, go to bat.
If I'm not mistaken, when you're watching the interview, about halfway through you can kind of see Cat tugging for that parachute. How do I get out of this?
All right, well, have a good one.
Classic, go to bat.
Got a favorite player? Sweatpants or jeans for libations? That's from Plumber.
What?
Doug, are you taking questions?
Sweatpants or jeans when you're drinking? Is that the question?
Sweatpants or... Is this like a SAT question?
You want jeans because if you fall down, you want a little rougher material there to prevent cuts and scrapes.
Right. But what does that have to do with libations?
I don't know. I'm just answering the question.
Who texted that in?
Plumber.
That's so blocky.
I think that's Stephen Wildwood's guy. He always talks about the plumber.
Hooks him up.
Follow all this stuff, yeah. Caller Ellen is not happy with Lady Cat. Let me guess, the same quote-unquote reporter who wears a bikini for a live shot also gets offended when she's objectified. Sometimes I really struggle with my gender. That's Caller Ellen.
Okay.
In fairness, Martin, it looks like the reporter
is fine and is fully
dressed, and then off to the side there is a lady who was patronizing Chairman Steve's pool, and she was in a bikini.
Yes, not the reporter. The reporter. They have a shot from afar where you can see the reporter doing the live report, and then next to Lady Cat is someone
just happened to be in the shot.
Skimpy bikini. Yeah. In Chairman Steve's pool.
That's correct.
Doug, after a very honorable career in TV, doesn't it bother you that you'll only be remembered for this crap on TMA?
No, I've given up at this point. Okay. I've definitely given up.
Okay. I think we're all kind of at peace with our legacies. They are good.
Back to you, Steve.
There it is. There's Doug signing off.
That's from Sparky from St. Charles.
Caller Ellen is just texter Ellen, Tim. Now, send in more pics of your feet, honey. That's from Rusty Pecker and Doug. I don't like the tone that's going on in this Air Comfort Service text inbox. Not today. Not when we're getting ready for the Guardians, and not when we're looking at the NHL draft.
Don't take shots at Ellen. She's a long-time listener and one of our favorites.
Friend of the show.
And Total Package says, less talky Ellen, more Mickey sandwiches. That's not nice.
Good for you, Doug.
Nice.
Caller Ellen has apologized. Thank you for clarifying. 1,000 apologies to Lady Cat.
All right.
Yeah, the record has been set straight here on the program. In the loss yesterday, the Cardinals had Garrett Hampson out there. As we learned, Lars Nootbaar, because we were wondering about that, because you were saying, what was Lars Nootbaar saying yesterday when he didn't see himself in the line?
Come on, Skipper, why am I riding Pine Pony?
And that was because it turns out he was injured.
Okay.
So that is why Lars Nootbaar was not out there the last 2 days. And the Cardinals had the guy who was on the Reds this past weekend and was DFA'd starting in center field for half the games.
He's now the key to the season.
Correct. So you got that. In addition to the Cardinal offense not doing anything for the final 2 games, not scoring any runs, here is Ali Marmol on the Cardinals losing the last 2 and the offense going dry.
Gosh, you look at our lineup and guys that are feeling pretty good about their swings, they're left-handed. And then we face 2 lefties on the back end of this 4-game set. So that has something to do with it. You look at Herrera being out. It's a guy that we like against lefties as well. So a combination of things. But, I mean, their starter yesterday did a really nice job, and their starter today also did a nice job. I thought we took some good swings at times. Yeah, we played 3 really good games, and then yesterday I wouldn't count that as a good one. But as far as our style of play and how we matched up against those guys, I'm pretty pleased. I mean, we went into it wanting to take all 4. We weren't able to do that, obviously. But I still like the way we competed in this series. I really do.
Oh, yeah. It was a base hit.
Can I make a call for Lucan Baker? If Vaughn Herrera is injured and out for a while, right-handed bat, he referenced that. They face lefties back-to-back. That Imanaga is tough. The Cubs are 29-9 in starts made the last couple of years by Shota Imanaga. But if you have Herrera unavailable, it's a right-handed power bat. Jordan Walker's unavailable. It's a right-handed bat, maybe potentially with some power. I honestly think maybe it's a week where you just give Baker a few more at-bats. I know people, he's already been here, hasn't done it. But if you need a little potential power from the right-handed side, I think I could sell you on that.
He could have been the DH yesterday instead of a left-handed Nolan Gorman, who went 0 for 4.
And Gorman had a couple of big at-bats, key moments. He did give it a ride in the 7th inning.
Yeah, hit it right.
And then people are mad at PCA for sliding. But it's possible he may have overrun the ball. He had to slide to slow down. And then Gorman in the 9th. My mom was irate. She said, why doesn't he swing the bat? I said, well, he was guessing at the pitch, and he guessed wrong, and he knew it.
Yeah.
But, boy, that was a bad look.
Lucan Baker got legs like a trunk.
And I'm being serious. Why not? Give it a shot. Give it a shot for about a week. You got all these bats down that are all right-handed.
They seem convinced, despite the numbers he puts up, that he's not a major league hitter. So the question is, why do you hang on to him?
Because, that is a good question. But I feel Fermin and Hampson is a little redundant. You got kind of the same guy, I think.
The game ended with what was trending toward a scuffle. Wilson Contreras not happy. And we will discuss that here coming up in a matter of moments on TMA, the Stiefel dossier, featuring that story. In addition to some news here in the last hour on Jordan Kyrou's situation, as we are on NHL Draft Day, and the coverage here on 101 ESPN starts at 6 p.m. Chris Kerber and Alex Ferrario doing a program for NHL Draft Day 1. What will take place with the Blues? What will take place with the New York Islanders, as Noah Dobson's name is at the top of the trade board, but where has Jordan Kyrou's name gone, and who is involved in these conversations? We will have that for you coming up as well here in the 7 o'clock hour. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. You are listening to 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Sick. Gonna win again this year, but this time I'm telling you, we are going to win the World Series. Going to win the World Series. Oh, nice.
So good.
It's just good music, and I don't care who says it isn't.
Yeah, Jackie Papers has already established that June 27th, 2025 is his show.
Okay.
Yeah, this is where I shine.
Having a big one.
Yeah, in the early going here, 7 o'clock hour TMA. You're listening to 101 ESPN. You are able to watch the program and interact with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMA STL. So yesterday's festivities ended with what was trending toward a scrap. Wilson Contreras, he got sideways with the Brewers a couple weekends ago, got sideways with the Reds, now sideways with his former team. As the game came to a conclusion, Daniel Palencia, Doug, hit Contreras. He wasn't happy about that. And then Palencia got the final out, began to celebrate, and did so in Contreras' direction. And then that led to this. Here is the Cubs' call of what was taking place.
Struck him out. Ball game. Cubs win. Palencia finishes it off.
And now Wilson Contreras being restrained by some of his teammates.
I don't know what Wilson, you know, there are times where he just does these things and you don't have any understanding why.
As far as I could tell, it was just a little bit of a brief shouting match between Wilson Contreras, and I'm not sure if anyone was even shouting back at him.
Cubs win, that's the main thing.
I don't think that's an accurate depiction. Now, I'm in the tank for Contreras. I like the guy, and I didn't know it was Contreras till now.
I really like, that's kind of why I cut the audio. I really like the way he said it. It sounded like Kontiki.
But Palencia turned and shouted at him. Now, I realize that's a reaction to what happened after he hit Contreras. But after the strikeout to end the game, he turned and started yelling at Contreras. So when they're saying, why is he reacting? Because Palencia, they're both from Venezuela. I don't know if they have any, if they're buddies or history or they grew up together. But my question is this. Even if they say he clearly wasn't trying to hit him, which I agree, they weren't trying to put another runner on. Can you still be mad if it almost hits you in the face?
Sure.
Even if they say, well, he clearly wasn't. Say, hey, pal, I wasn't trying to. I know, but you did hit me, and it almost nailed me in the skull, and I've been injured a ton.
Hit a ton this year, too.
And he leads the National League in HBP. Sometimes that's on a player because they're crowding the plate. But isn't it okay to be a little bit pissed off when you get hit and it almost got you in the chin?
Sure.
Well, he didn't mean to do it, Doug. He didn't mean to do it.
And how do we know? How do we know he didn't mean to do it?
And that was the skipper's thing. If you don't have good enough control, then don't come that far inside.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's okay to be banty. That's Wilson. And he can get a little banty, which I enjoy.
Yeah. This is what he had to say following the game about that incident.
Hit the lever, pal.
Into last year, I got 2 broken bones, and I know he's not trying to hit anybody there. I know I react the way I react. Nobody wants any one of our possible. Yeah, everything going into last year, I got 2 broken bones, and I know he's not trying to hit anybody there. I know I react the way I react. Nobody wants any one of our possible right. Like at your place again, I know he's not trying to. I just said throw the ball, throw strikes. My reaction was bad. I take that back. I apologize to the Chicago Cubs if I react the way I react, but I'm not trying to get another broken bone.
Did you react just letting him know you got hit? Because it seemed like you were...
I just think it's the heat of the moment, the heat of the game. I got hit in the hand. Of course, I got hit in the hand today. And I just turned around and I said, just throw strikes. That's it. I mean, it looks bad. Like, if you're a fan and you're watching the game, it looks bad. But, and then when I got to first base, the only thing I said, throw strikes. But again, apparently I did everything wrong today. I take that back. I apologize to the Chicago Cubs. I'm not trying to fight them. I'm not trying to fight anybody. I just react to the heat of the moment. Once again, I did everything wrong today. I'll take that back. I'm not trying to fight anybody. He did his job. The only thing that I didn't appreciate was the way he turned around. But once again, I think it's just the heat of the game. He came out with a good start to put another zero on the board, and they won today.
Boom, base hit.
Base hit.
In terms of replacing Molina, in terms of that edge or he's about the closest thing, other than they don't want him to play catcher. Other than that, in terms of that feisty, Molina was always looking to fight the other team, standing up for your team. Contreras definitely has some of that DNA.
Yeah, same attitude. Well, I'd rather have somebody yell at me than somebody almost hit me in the face with a pitch.
Yes.
Martin, you're getting called a rights holder. How's that feel? You're such a rights holder, Martin. PCA snippy for being honest. Wilson's an ass because he's an ass. That's from the Ichiro's American Hits.
Wilson's an ass because he's an ass. Actually, it falls right in line. Something happened that we all saw. Player asked about it, explains it.
Yeah.
Next question.
Yeah. It was 101 right at his throat. That's a scary.
So I'm a rights holder because I didn't appreciate PCA for being snippy with the lady cat.
Right. That was more media. You were defending media in that case.
I was defending big media.
Big media.
And Wilson could have said, "What are you talking about? Nothing happened."
Yeah.
Well, we saw you screaming and then the benches cleared. Yeah, but whatever. That would have been the PCA equivalent, and I would not have enjoyed it.
So you had a thorough answer.
Had Wilson done that, I would have said, grow up, Wilson. Give us an answer.
Ichiro's American Hits, you are welcome to call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That is how you can get on the air and expound on your take. Valencia, in an interview, said he idolized Contreras and always looked up to him, so I do not think that they play together. That's from Lips.
Right, much younger, but they know each other, I'm saying.
Sure. I think Martin is spot on. I love Wilson Contreras. That's from the Prosthetist.
Yeah. It's just a little bit of a strange coincidence that this former Cub player who's got kind of a bit of a saltiness to him almost gets hit in the face, and it's strictly an accident. Sorry. Of course, we would never do that.
Right.
Didn't happen to anyone else.
Can't wait for him to go to... Will they boo him at Wrigley?
Probably so.
A world champion?
For sure.
Oh, that'd be great.
Didn't they boo him on his first game back?
I feel like they did.
He got a hit and he started chanting the crowd WWE, bring it on.
He probably would admit that he's too emotional at times.
Sure.
But as a fan,
I love
a world that's AI these days, everything's robotic. Give me a guy who goes a little nuts every once in a while. And if you almost get hit in the face, I'd be a little pissed off too. And you can't just say, well, he didn't mean to. If I almost run you over with my car, Doug, you're allowed to be upset. I say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Didn't mean to hit you.
Didn't mean to.
So you do think that was intentional? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that's not an excuse.
I got it. Okay, got it.
I'm saying if you get hit and almost get hit in the face,
it doesn't matter.
They're saying run down to first.
Right.
He clearly didn't mean to hit you. And I'm saying, well, okay, but you can still be a little annoyed that it almost hit you in the face. It's still your job as a pitcher, and that was LaRusse's big thing, is if you don't have good control, then don't come inside. Don't go high and inside.
Love Contreras, but the tough guy stuff isn't as cool when your team stinks, but appreciate his tenacity. That's from Steven Time.
Come on.
And that's probably fair. I'm saying it's you're sideways with Steven Time. I'm saying it would look better if the Cardinals were 15 over. And
but it doesn't. You can't. That's front running. You act the same way no matter what. You play with every man has a code. Shout out to Omar. Yeah. And that's how you got to play.
You can defend yourself and your team, even if your team's not great.
Yeah, I understand.
You should.
I'm just saying it doesn't look as tough and cool when your team's not good as the opponent's team.
Agreed.
He's about the only player on the roster, unless I'm missing one off the top of my head, that really kind of plays with an attitude. The only one that kind of gets up in someone else's face. The rest are kind of somewhat mild-mannered guys.
Jackson loves John King.
Yeah. Respect the crown, man. Respect the crown. His Majesty.
Respect the crown.
His Majesty John King?
That's right.
He really does like this John King. I don't know what the deal is. All I know is it's Yanni could get away with it, and people cheered it because he was a great catcher and a proven winner. Wilson is a subpar first baseman, hasn't won crap. Makes him come off as a whiny little bee. Doug, that's from the Linda Sniffer.
I don't think that's fair.
He has won a World Series.
I don't think that
counts for something.
I don't care who you are. If you almost get hit in the face with a fastball, you're going to be upset.
Thank you,
whether you've had a great career or not.
Thank you, Doug.
I'm more upset that Contreras let the third run score. That's from the 636.
He got gamed a little bit there.
On the rundown, yes.
Yeah.
Can I hear the audio, though, where the Cubs, who had Contreras play for them, are calling him Contreras? Was that Dan Aykroyd, Tim? That was a cone?
No, and Jane Curtin was his beloved.
Contreras.
Okay.
Palencia finishes it off.
And now Wilson Contreras being restrained by some of his teammates.
I don't know what Wilson, you know, there are times where he just does these things and you don't have any understanding why.
As far as I could tell, it was just a little bit of a brief shouting match between Wilson Contreras, and I'm not sure if anyone was even shouting back at him.
Cubs win, that's the main thing.
That's the main thing.
Contreras.
I'm going to start calling him Wilson. I liked when John Miller would just add the flair. Yada Molina. And you would just,
I love John Miller.
Take that and just twist it.
I didn't know this, but the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is defending Contreras as well. I got rinsed by the valet guy who valeted Wilson's car at Napoli. Great guy who tips well. Back off, media. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. So.
Why? What does he mean by saying he got rinsed?
You say he. She.
It's a he. He got rinsed? What does that mean?
Cardinals scored 0 runs in 20-plus innings. That's from the 309. If you don't like the pitcher yelling at you, play better. That's also from the 309.
But he apologized and said, I didn't go about it the right way.
He said in the heat of the moment.
Right.
I'm asking, what would you do if you're nearly hit in the face?
Right. I don't think he should apologize for being upset about that. Maybe about the last second, the bench is kind of clearing at the end. But there's nothing to be upset about or upset with yourself about reacting to almost getting hit with a 100-mile-per-hour fastball in the head.
Hey, Doug, I'm on my way to Chicago for a wedding. I'm the best man and have a speech to give. Any advice from a man formerly on television? That's from Crump Daddy Delta.
No, just say it from the heart. You'll think of something. Just speak from the heart, my friend.
Chairman Kurt says you're supposed to say, many of you don't know who I am. Or for those of you who don't know what I meant, that's what you're supposed to say. That's how you're supposed to.
That's a good one for best men and
okay.
Lady best men.
Well, in a
best men.
wedding situation, there are going to be people from out of town who aren't going to know other people there.
But nobody cares who you are. Get the speech over.
But if
so
you're
people
giving
can
a
start
speech,
drinking and dancing.
Uncle Wally with the plastic ear might say, "Who is this guy?"
Uncle Wally's ready to go home and go to bed.
Oh, you need like a chyron under you to be like,
just carry it with you at all times.
Yeah, have your buddy hold it under you while you're doing the speech.
That'd be a nice touch,
wouldn't it?
The self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom just happens to eat where the Cardinals do, but I'm a stalker because I live where the Blues do. That's from Sharon and Clayton, and she's sideways with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom for going to Napoli. And I guess she's accusing the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom of being a jersey chaser, and that is unfortunate.
That's where the Real Housewives of
I want guys with balls. That's from the Maplewood Mud Muffler.
Absolutely.
Is that a callback to a
Believe
call-in
so.
to
New York.
SNY?
Yeah.
I need to check. Did the Mets win last night? Did they play? Because that guy would hopefully calm down a little bit. Because remember what it sounded like, Doug, when that guy called in that one time?
Well.
How about Lindor again? He started off great.
Yeah.
Where's Big Pete? Where's Big Pete? Where's Soto? Okay? I want to see these guys. I can't stand this team. They got no balls. Okay? I want teams with balls. I want guys with balls.
I'm shipping him Wilson Contreras. By the way, we did win last night.
They are
so
in first place.
Hopefully he calms down. Doug, he hates this team.
Right. They got no balls. They're only in first place.
Hates this
14 games over 500.
My advice to the best man is have your speech written out, but as soon as you get a laugh, know you got the audience, and then you just improvise for about 20 minutes. It always works. That's from the Dogtown Astrovan. Doug, that's with the best man speech tip from the Dogtown Astrovan.
20 minutes is far too long.
Oh,
right?
that's a long time. Yeah. Like five maybe would get it.
Tops.
Yeah.
I would argue the best man speech is like the design air heating and cooling email of the day. Nobody will be upset with brevity.
Yeah.
Less is more. You ever host an event and they'll have a rundown of the event and they're like, opening remarks and somebody slots you for like 5 minutes. I'm like, you don't want me to talk for 5 Nobody here wants me to talk for 5 minutes.
I love that these Jeffcos who reach back to the gun rack in the window of their F-150, whatever, someone cuts them off whenever someone cuts them off for calling out a player for yelling after almost getting hit in the head by a fastball. That's from Arbor Day.
Yeah. And he thinks these are all Jeffco people that are mad and ready to get their rifle down?
Mobile gun rack?
Used to be a thing, and not anymore.
That was big. My dad moved to San Antonio, and he said, I'm the only one in Texas that doesn't have a gun rack visible.
Sharon, you peer through the Blues windows at late hours of the night. I just happen to see them in public. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
God.
And they're unfortunately, Doug, at each other's throats here in the early going on the presentation. Joey Vitale joining us in a half hour. News on the Blues and Jordan Kyrou from the man who had Kyrou second on the trade board. There is a development this morning. We'll have that for you coming up next. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Well, this is Jackson. A little Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and
Leading off with your name.
Johnny Londoff Autoplex. That's right, Martin. The Cardinals lose yesterday at the hands of the Cubs, splitting the 4-game set. Back in action tonight as they take on the Cleveland Guardians in Cleveland. That's going to be a 6:10 p.m. first pitch on Apple TV this evening. Sonny Gray towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was their Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Can you guys hear this clearly?
Just barely.
What?
It's low.
It's like somebody didn't turn on Paul or Peter's mic.
Well, give it some juice. That's better.
Like blaring to me.
Really?
Yeah.
It's really low. I thought it was like the Shins where it starts real quiet and picks up.
Oh, this is I'm
Tim, you were saying, I hope we play a lot of Peter, Paul, and Mary today.
Did, yeah. Well, that's the demographic. Older folk music listeners. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The program's called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You can watch it at youtube.com/TMA STL. Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of our YouTube chat. Tonight here on 101 ESPN, we will have NHL draft coverage starting at 6 p.m. Chris Kerber and Alex Ferrari will bring that to you. And there is news regarding the Blues and Jordan Kyrou from the same person who was having Kyrou at number 2 on his NHL trade board. Well, Doug, guess what?
What?
Frank Saravelli at dailyfaceoff.com has moved him down from 2 all the way to number 27.
Oh, wow.
This is what Cervelli wrote just this morning. Kyrou was featured prominently on our targets board just 2 days ago, and that might be one moment in time as they considered a swap for J.J. Peterka, but he may still be up for grabs just days away from his full no-trade clause kicking in on July 1st. He's been a very productive player, averaging 35 goals and 71 points over the last 3 seasons. So why would the Blues move him? That's a big commitment remaining. Plus, the calculus that rival teams have made is that Doug Armstrong will see Jimmy Snuggerud as a player who can effectively soon replace Kyrou. So Kyrou's still on the board, but he's gone from 2 to 27 because Peterka was moved, and his insight was telling him that the Blues were more interested in Peterka than potentially the person that he has at the top of the trade board, and that is Noah Dobson, the 25-year-old defenseman from the New York Islanders, who is at this moment the target. Not just the target, though, around the league. Specifically, a lot of talk about Dobson in Montreal this morning and a potential deal there.
All right.
Doug, would you like a 3-way trade with the Islanders, the Blues, and L'Habitant?
Well, sure. That'd be fun. That'd be good times. Really give us something to chat
You like
about.
a trade with an original 6 team?
Love that. Oh,
a hockey trade.
So nostalgic.
Last time the Blues did a deal with the Canadiens. Go.
Was it Jake Allen? That was a while ago.
Can I have an initial, please?
No.
I can't have initials.
Come on, Mike. How's about I come down there and get an initial? No.
Well, then I don't know.
Because Jake Allen would have been, what, 2011-ish?
No.
Since then?
It's COVID. Jake Allen, 2020.
Oh, more recently, yeah.
Yeah.
Who am I?
He was the backup.
Halak, I was thinking.
Yaroslav Halak.
Came from Montreal
Correct.
in 2011. I'm getting mixed up.
Chosen
Jake Allen
Carey
went
Price.
to Montreal. Yes. So a
third
lot of
round
goalie exchanges. There must not be a tariff on goalies, though, because we swapped them.
Right, no tariff there.
Martin, does that report change your percentage of the likelihood that the Blues trade Kyrou between now and July 1st?
I want to say I appreciate the fact that he moved him down, and it wasn't just for clicks. He explained it. You know what I mean? I like the fact that there's a rationale behind it. Instead of just saying, he went from 2 to 27, he explained why. I was at 25. I think I bumped up to 33.5. I'm gonna stay. I still think there's a chance, a third of a chance that they'll move him, because I think there's there's some thought that it might make the team better, even though it's a goal scorer. It's a tough decision to make, but I think it's at least in play.
Oh, could not agree more.
So sitting
on that.
at a third, I'm okay with 33%. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Andy Strickland, friend of the program, according to the Kansas City Hoosier, says Strick Nasty's reporting Dobson's wanting north at $10 million per year. Screw that. Go after Byram. Also, where does the Vaughn Index have the Blues drafting tonight? That's from the Kansas City Hoosier.
I would have to let me run the Vaughn Index real quick. I got let's see, 17. They finished tied, but they would be drafting 19th according to the Vaughn Index.
That's what they're drafting.
Is that right? That's how accurate it can be. Okay. Nailed it again.
Strick also pointed out that Army said the other day, I don't want to trade for any player going into the final year of their deal. So unless he was bluffing.
Or they do a deal before.
Right, and that's happened before, where they have sort of either a real agreement or a handshake agreement with the agent.
Well, if you asked Doug Armstrong what he thinks about Kyrou moving down, he'd say, I don't care what this guy wrote. It's not going to affect anything I'm going to do.
Correct. No, I'm just saying
if he gets a deal that he really likes, I'm sure he'd pull the trigger in an instant.
Right. He did say, though, like in general, he doesn't like trading for somebody with a year left on their deal.
How pissed, though, do you think Alan Craig is?
What the hell?
Hold on.
About this move?
Hold
Probably didn't care a whole lot.
You don't think he's impacted by Cervelli's report?
No.
Who would that?
Jackson is deep in the vault of TMA drops. This is nice.
Alan Craig. Who's
Tim said it.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't recognize the voice.
Trying to think what he would have been pissed off about. Getting traded to Boston? Boston was the defending world champion when he got traded there, but I don't know what they were doing in 2014, Doug.
No.
Who played in the 2014 World Series? Giants and Royals?
Royals were there.
Yeah. Giants and Royals?
Yeah.
Matt, that was the Madison Bumgarner year.
Yeah, he pitched 3 games or something crazy like that?
Since we're a Chiefs town, I regret that we didn't get on board with the Royals.
Well, Martin, that's a nice segue. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the St. Louis Business Journal has this story this morning. The president of the Kansas Senate said in a meeting with bipartisan legislative leadership that would be called on July 7th to extend the deadline for the Kansas City Chiefs or Kansas City Royals to accept an offer of financial support for construction of professional sports stadiums in Kansas. Senate President Ty Masterson and Republican-dominated Legislative Coordinating Council, which conducts state business when the legislature is not in session, would consider an extension of the one-year star bond deadline enacted in July 2024. Masterson did not indicate how lengthy the extension could be. The goal continues to be to get the Chiefs and or Royals to move across State Line Road, Doug, after Missouri and Governor Mike Keogh passed that legislation for stadiums that have more than 30,000 in attendance to get $500 million plus. Masterson said Mark Donovan, president of the Chiefs, asked Kansas officials to alter the deadline in light of substantial progress the Chiefs have made in discussions with the Kansas Department of Commerce on an NFL development on the Kansas side of the border with Missouri. So the chances of the Chiefs staying in Missouri were thought to increase exponentially, of course, when that legislation was passed in Missouri. But now Kansas City and the Chiefs are still interested in going to Kansas. What a spot to be in if you're
usually the leverage is a city far away.
Yep.
It's interesting that it's just across the border. And if you're a Chiefs or Royals fan, it's not the end of the world if they go across the border.
We had the Colonel on, the Kansas City, and Gabe Parmesan couldn't care any less as long as they didn't move to St. Louis.
Oh.
That's what the Colonel said.
I would imagine the state of Missouri would do everything it could to fight to keep the Chiefs, especially, having lost the Rams and all they bring into a state. I would think Missouri would fight pretty hard to keep the Chiefs. And they have.
What if they said in Jeff City, okay, we don't really care about the Royals, but we want to do something for the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Masterson, the senator in Kansas, said the letter from Mark Donovan of the Chiefs indicates that the drive to bring this historic project to Kansas is moving down the field. Now that we are in the red zone, this extension will provide stakeholders sufficient time to ensure the ball crosses the goal line. The backstory on it is Kansas Governor Laura Kelly signed a bill last year authorizing the issuance of bonds that would cover 70% of the new stadium construction for the Chiefs, but the law set the deadline for making that deal on June 30th of 2025, hence the request from the Chiefs for the extension.
70% of the stadium, that'd be a big chunk of money.
Mike Keogh signed legislation, for the record, that would finance up to 50% of the cost to renovate or build new stadiums for the Royals and Chiefs. Missouri's commitment of tax revenue would be capped at $1.5 billion. So there you go. That is what the dueling proposals. Yeah. Chiefs are in a very lovely position.
Yes, they are. And they're in a decent stadium now.
And just because the state of Missouri throws these options at them, or money or break, they don't have to take it. They could say, well, we're still in talks across the state line. So even when you heard that news coming out of Missouri, it doesn't mean that that's a done deal. It sounds like the Chiefs are working it, Doug.
There goes the Chiefs saying, quote, "We are Missouri's team. Derpity, derpity, derp."
Don't say that.
Now, what bandwagon, STL fans? That's from the Prince of West County, and he says, derpity, derpity, derp.
He sure Missouri does. Now, if they move to Kansas, that means it's another 20 minutes or so if you're making the drive from here to there to go to a game. So that's really going to hit St. Louisans hard.
It's got to help, and it shouldn't, but it's got to help that you're the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, and all, like Travis Kelce, all the Super Bowl recent cachet. The Rams are looking for money and handouts in theory. Yeah, we got Austin Davis at quarterback.
Yeah,
we just
with the Drew Bennett signing, Martin.
We just went 15 and 65, but by gum, you better help us out. And it should be a separate deal. Marshall Faulk maintained when they were good and rolling, that's when they should have, the city should have said, all right, let's lock this thing. Let's get it done.
But at that point, unfortunately, they had just been here for 5-6 years.
And the stadium had only been here for...
Even though it looks like it had been built 50 years earlier.
Yeah.
I have good connections with the government. Many of our listeners do. I have good connections with the governor's office. And trade is in place for the Battlehawks and STL City to go to Cincinnati, and then we get the Bengals. That's from the Springfield Mud Tossers.
It's a 3-city trade.
Yeah. We were just talking about a 3-team trade with Kyrou going to L'Habitant. And the Blues send in draft picks to the Isle, and Dobson coming here. But apparently the 3-team trade that we need to focus on is the City and the Battlehawks going to Cincinnati, and St. Louis getting the Bengals.
I'd make the deal.
Yikes.
I wouldn't.
The Bengals just got some money.
Yes, they did. That just happened yesterday, as a matter of fact. Martin, you are just guiding the segues left and right. $470 million to stay in Cincinnati. That was passed yesterday in Ohio. So the Bengals are not going anywhere, Doug. 10-year, $470 million stadium deal to stay in Cincinnati through 2036 after an expiring stadium lease had threatened their future in the city after this season. So that'll wrap
It's got to be nice to be an NFL owner.
Why don't we buy an NFL team?
We should. We should have done it years ago. Just claim, I think we may move. Here's $500 million. Okay, thank you very much.
Where are you going to move? Doesn't matter.
No idea. Yeah.
We've got a secret plan.
But we will move. Trust me.
I'll tell you what now. Derpity, derpity, derp right back at you. Worry about yourself. That's from Iggy's great-great brother.
Gosh, what does that even mean?
I thought it was pretty clear.
Sorry, time is out.
Papers is in the vault today.
I think the randomness is my favorite part. Why Dick Vitale's chiming in, I don't know, but I'm here for it.
Isn't it funny to see a fat kid with his belly jiggling? That's just funny.
That's fat shaming. That's what that is.
The Kyrou tease was so deep it lasted 2 minutes and then it got eaten up by NFL political talk. Who cares where they go? That's from the prosthetist, and he's not happy with the talk of the Chiefs moving to Kansas.
Yeah. Well, for most people, it'll matter not in the least. It's just a matter of who's on TV and what game they're going to watch, and they don't care if the stadium's here or there or wherever.
Why I would say that is relevant, and I understand being more interested, because some people like some things and some people don't like other things. And, Doug, we get to spend an afternoon with producer Joe today. How wonderful is that?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
I'll ask him if he's got a landing strip. Chairman Kurt, Doug, and producer Joe and I out on the golf course today.
Nice.
But if you're interested in the Kyrou thing, I understand it. There is the report. The Chiefs story and the Royal story is relevant because what that led to was the Cardinals also being in a position to get $500+ million from the state for their renovations. So the Chiefs and Royals making their plays with Kansas led to the impact in St. Louis. Now, you still might be more interested in the Kyrou story, and I'm not telling you what to be interested in. What I do here is I report, and then you decide.
Right. Now, I wonder if the Chiefs do move to Kansas and don't take the money from Missouri, if that means the Cardinals don't get their money from Missouri?
I think that would be, quite a little situation.
Dirty pool.
Be quite a little situation. I wish the Chiefs would move to hell so that way the fats from Wentzville can stop getting on their knees for Mahomes. That's from the Warren County Wizard.
Wow. And they're from Warren County, so they may have first-hand knowledge.
Oh.
This would be a rights holder's take, Tim, just a fair warning. Here's my question. People get upset when professional sports teams, i.e. Cardinals, Blues, get money or state funding or breaks. But when IKEA comes to town, it gets massive. Nobody cares. And they're going to redo that whole, where the Millennium used to be the Stofers, Doug, and then it was the Regal Riverfront. It was sort of a winter warm-up vehicle for a while. They just approved a bunch of tax breaks and funding, for that development, which is great. I hope they get that thing done and have a beautiful new view there right on the river. Nobody ever seems to care. But if it's a team that gets it, like IKEA comes in, I'm just saying, why is it that the public doesn't seem to get as outraged?
I suppose if it's a new business you're trying to lure there, or a dead business you're trying to bring back, people might have more sympathy than a business that's thriving and making millions.
That's established.
Yeah.
I would tell you this, if I were to attempt to psychoanalyze this and provide some semblance of a master's thesis, which would be really inappropriate, number one, because I'm running the Tam Avenue Capital Partners. And, Doug, by the way, I need to Venmo me.
You need more money still, don't you?
And then also to pursue a master's thesis when you don't have an undergrad bachelor's degree, Doug, would be presumptuous. But, Martin, my theory would be the following. Number one, you just have in general wealth envy in the United States. Number two, usually the face of a business is not that of a public figure. In other words, the CEO and or the board, the shareholders are not a public figure. And then my final piece for this master's thesis, or to get my final 8 credit hours from the University of Missouri Journalism School, would be usually the owner is unpopular, and the owner is considered the enemy of the working man, and the working man is then labeled as doesn't want his tax dollars to go help the billionaire owner who has plenty of money and is the face of hoarding that money and not going out and signing players or making moves that they like, unless you're in a position, say, that Clark Hunt, for example, is over in Kansas City with the success that franchise has had for the last decade. I would imagine Robert Kraft, for a number of years, had that kind of equity in the New England region.
So there's a figure or a family you can point to.
And a face.
Don't give the DeWitts a dime.
Right. Exactly.
Well, who's doing the development on the Regal Riverfront location there? I don't know. Well, they're giving them some money. Oh, okay. You're right. It's easier to point to those folks.
If people didn't care about IKEA, why did it get the local media attention similar to the Pope coming to town? The IKEA coming to town and the Highway 40 construction that made the road worse. I'd like for 30 for 30s on both of those. That's from Al in Dadeville. I would love a 30 for 30 on the Highway 40 construction and what went on there in 2008 and 2009. Doug, I would watch this.
Don't do that with your tongue.
Love.
Okay.
That.
I'm on board with that.
You're on board with that too,
We
man?
shut it down for, was it a year or 2 years or whatever it was? And then they
18
opened it.
months, 24 months, yeah.
And yeah, I'm like, it's
pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Some of the overpasses may have been cleaned up, maybe some new signage.
Yet, if you're heading eastbound on 40 in the afternoon, you now have worse traffic. 170. You haven't fixed the 40 McCausland situation.
The bend, the McCausland bend.
And they love it in St. Louis.
Okay.
The McCausland bend, right around the Jack Buck sign, and you can see it because you're usually coming to a complete stop right at McCausland.
To me, tell me what you see.
Well, with the way things are trending now, there won't be a whole lot of people going eastbound on 64 for very much longer.
You're saying there's not going to be a lot of traffic?
No.
That's the thing that surprises me. I'm like, I'm at 40 in Lindbergh,
And there's a traffic jam heading eastbound at like 6 o'clock at night. And why is that? Because the 170 Big Ben Hanley thing's a complete cluster. And I go, well, they ought to redo that. Oh, yeah, they just did it 15 years ago. But what happened? 30 for 30. Where's Buck Swope? We'll raise some capital for Swope's 30 for 30. He will get the 30 for 30 done, just like Buck Swope saved Tower T. You want something done in St. Louis? You get Buck Swope to do it, brother.
Okay.
Tim, I found an article from KMOX. We don't reference other stations, of course, but in this case, it's journalism, saying that IKEA in 2022 was appealing a property tax valuation, arguing that the seven-year-old location is already obsolete. So they've been in court and fighting over tax dollars. So this is just sort of what goes on.
Woot, woot. The government missed known deadlines. It was failed eminent domain claims that effed 40. The government missed known deadlines. That's from Carlos Martinez's Twitter favorites.
Whoa!
Papers might get a game ball today. I think he's going to get a game ball. He just doffed his cap.
He sure did.
But he didn't speak because he's so locked in.
Yeah.
You're speaking through your drop.
Would you do a little extra Addy today?
No. Sometimes, the enzymes are just all lined up.
Your enzymes are lined up.
Yep. Endocrine system firing.
Is it really?
A couple of pistons.
You got a sharp shirt on underneath your TMA top.
Is that right?
You going golfing?
I am.
He's ball striking.
You look like you're ready to golf.
Doing some ball striking, yeah.
You think you're going low today?
I feel dangerous.
Really?
Feel dangerous.
What's that index at right now? Their papers?
Honestly, I got a new card and I let my gin lapse, so I have not entered the score all year.
Wow. That's the kind of statement that could lead to you floating down the river to New Orleans.
I would make that clear before playing anybody that if you're going to play with me, my gin is not. I could just pay right now.
Very suspicious.
I guess I could just pay right now and then enter scores. But then you're entering scores for like 3 straight weeks of play, and that looks fishy. So 2025, much like the Cardinals, sitting this one out, just from entering scores. We'll come back next year better than ever.
I see you're an 8.2.
It's probably based on my last score of last year, yeah. I'll play to an 8.2.
I got a score from you from March 2025.
Okay.
Shot an 81, Doug. I don't know what the course was.
No, I don't either.
No, you just said you haven't entered any.
I thought it was this year, but maybe I entered one and then it lapsed. Oh, well, I'll play. I would play. I'm higher than 8, but I would play to that for integrity reasons, even though I am higher.
This guy's a man of honor.
Boy, those enzymes are really lining up.
I need to get on to Metro Amateur Golf Association and figure that out.
Sandbagger McGee!
Oh.
It's in the 314.
Well, I'm not lower than an 8, so that's not possible.
Vanity Cap McGee?
I mean, I went to the range yesterday. I was hitting 7 irons like I was soft tossing it from left to right.
What does that mean?
Doug, the player has an open club face. He has a weak grip, and once that's adjusted, this guy is a guy you're going to want to buy stock in. I'm telling you, he's got game. It's just going to be it's going to be unleashed.
My long irons are like a fungo bat,
My long iron.
I'm just trying to find a hole.
His long irons are like a fungo.
Tim, the highway closure killed my softball team.
Is that you firsthand?
No, Uncle Wally's plastic ear.
Doug has an Uncle Wally with a plastic ear.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, he's
highway closure killed my softball team. Another text audit. Somebody wanted us to give a birthday shout out.
Oh, what do we got?
To a farmer in Tennessee, also known as a potential Hall of Fame center fielder, James Edmonds' birthday today. How about that?
I want to see. What do you think?
Game.
Edmonds, I'm going to guess 55. Is that right?
Yeah, born in 70. So 55 on the nose.
Okay. But I started over in Greece.
They must be there for his birthday. I started reading that a farmer in Tennessee, I'm like, what is this, Willard Scott? We're going to give out a birthday. And like, oh, it's Edmund's birthday.
The top goes down and the bottom goes up. You know what I mean?
What was he talking about right there?
You know what I mean?
Thought that was something you get in your anal region.
Oh.
Papers, what else? What else we got?
No. Naked bodies.
Salute.
Suck it, Doug.
Hey, stop it, ball game.
Yeah, there it is.
He'll always be 15. 15 at a restaurant named 15.
That's right. For the Inside STL World headquarters, Martin.
I like that. That was beautiful. Beautiful building. Numbers sort of stick with you. So JC running around as 25 just seemed odd. I was like, I always
to me, that's Julian Javier.
I just to say McGuire.
Yeah, I think of McGuire. But
and McGuire is so big.
Me.
And then I saw this JC running around out there. Just didn't feel right.
Willie McGee's number unofficially retired.
Yeah. I hardly even notice the uniform numbers guys are wearing anymore.
Really?
That used to be a big deal when I was a kid. And now I don't even
That's how I remember players, is by numbers. It's weird.
Hey, Doug, I turned 21 this Sunday. Would you buy me a drink? If you put a little something in my drink, I wouldn't mind. That's from the Coital Hype Man Little Beer Cats.
No, I'm going to pass on that.
You don't want to buy a 20-year-old gentleman a drink?
I'm not trying to get any gentleman drunk so I can take advantage of it.
That off.
It's really it's completely off my radar at the moment.
I had sex and now Dad is dead.
Good morning, fam. Where is that gambler from yesterday? 314-618. Great call on Imanaga. You, sir, are a bum. That's from Gerard Chadwell. There was a gentleman who was texting in saying that the Cardinals plus 120 was a lock because Imanaga was coming off the IL, making his first start in almost 2 months, and they were going to take advantage of him. That guy needs to be held accountable, unlike the picks that I make that nearly never win.
The over-under was way too high, wasn't it? Run total?
Well, Martin, you're starting to learn a little bit about the Thursday getaway day game, especially when the heat is on, and I'm not talking about the 1985 Cardinals. Why don't we take a look around the senior circuit scoreboard, as once again the segues are just glorious here today. Doug, Cardinals and Cubs 3-0. Doug, I'm going to go over to the junior circuit, if you don't mind.
Go to the circuit.
Looks like the A's didn't want to stick around Detroit too long. They put up 3 hits and got shut out 8-0. Guardians were interested in moving on. They had put up 2 hits, 4 errors, but no runs, 6-0. There's another under for you. Astros and Phillies, date till 2-1, your final. Rays and Royals weren't interested in really putting up a whole lot of a fight. 4-0, your final. Dodgers weren't going to be challenged by the Rockies. Ohtani with a home run, but the Rockies only had 2 hits and a run. 3-1 your final, undercovers, and the Mets and Braves 4-0 undercovers. We did have, I guess, 2 overs cover with the Twins and Mariners. That was a surprise because they sat around forever in Minneapolis, St. Paul, with a delay, 10-1 there, and the Marlins and Giants with the wind blowing out in San Francisco, 12-5 your final. But otherwise, your Thursday afternoon tradition of players saying, let's get on the plane and get on our apps and swipe right carries over.
That's what they do on the plane?
Yeah, I think so.
Classic.
Go to bat.
So whatever city they're going to, they get on an app and just
or they might already have a friend. And you know what? I doff my cap. Oh, to have millions in the bank and friends all over the country in a 5-star hotel. God bless these United States of America.
I'm in the news, sweetheart.
Charlie Marlowe AI
chiming in.
Joey Vitale AI is about to come your way here in a matter of moments.
Draft preview.
Yeah, he's going to get you ready for the NHL draft tonight, which airs here on 101 ESPN starting at 6 p.m. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Oh, what are you doing today? Don't you wish you were getting on a plane going somewhere cool like Las Vegas or Fort Lauderdale, Hilton Head? You could do that at Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. They're in Mascoutah, Illinois, not far at all from downtown St. Louis. And when you go to Mid-America's St. Louis Airport, you're getting a inexpensive flight to a great location, and you're getting the convenience you just don't get anymore when we're talking about air travel. Park on their giant lot right next to the terminal. Less than $10 a day. Get yourself through security. You're at the gate. Standard time, about 15 minutes from car to gate. That's unheard of these days when we're talking about travel. And these are great locations. Gulf Shores has been added. Destin's part of their flight. What would that be? A flight dossier? I was just going to say, is that a dossier? It is. 7 different Florida locations now with Vegas and Hilton Head, Knoxville, Tennessee. They just keep adding destinations out of the Mid-America St. Louis Airport. It's a great opportunity for you to get out of town. Quick flights, convenience at the airport, things you just don't hear anymore. Book your flight at flymidamerica.com. Find out what so many have figured out. Convenience, great destinations, all at one spot. Mid-America, St. Louis Airport.
Is this Florence and the Machine?
I don't have any idea.
What do you think, 2011?
Oh, 3 maybe?
Oh, 3? Am I that off?
I'm guessing. I have no idea.
I think our guest would know because he would DJ for Sidney Crosby during a hot streak. And he joins us now from Dallas, where he is scouting Dallas Stars in advance.
Hanging with Cooper Flagg.
You think he's with Cooper Flagg?
Yeah.
This guy could be doing anything. Ladies and gentlemen, friend of the program. I believe it's presented to you by Schaefer Door. I know there's talk. Schaefer Door wanted to present Joey Vitale. Wow. I know that. They wanted to present Joey Vitale on TMA. Friend of the program on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Joey Vitale. Morning, Joey.
Hey, boys. Yeah, that rumor is accurate. The Schaefer Door Company, they do want to work with me, and thank God, because my kids are constantly breaking garage doors with hockey pucks and basketballs. So hopefully I get a sweet little deal out of this because I'm having garage doors breaking down about every week.
How are you not a sitcom, the Vitales? And then we just have kids hanging off every shoulder, arm.
You got animals, you got kids, you got ghosts.
Got it all, man. And things are constantly breaking down. And I've been gone for the last few days. You mentioned I'm in Dallas. I am in Dallas. And, I mean, the things that I'm falling behind on in my home right now, it is crazy. But, you know, I'm here in the Volleyball Nationals in Dallas, Texas. Daughter's team, she plays for Rockwood. There's a lot of great St. Louis teams representing the great Lou here. And it's been a fun tournament. You need to take your breaks when you can get them because I've mentioned this, I think, you guys before. But if you're ever curious about what the entrance to hell looks like, just step inside a volleyball convention center on a Saturday. I mean, it's doggone close between the whistles and the screaming kids and the crying and the loud noises and balls flying across your face. It's no joke.
Do you have the whole family with you there, or is it just you and your daughter? What do you got going on?
Just me and my daughter.
Look at you.
Yeah, just me and my daughter. Yeah, little daddy and daddy-daughter time. It's been really fun. It's a fun sport. Love watching it. Every ball matters. Every ball counts. And it is really great to kind of find a cool little city where you can kind of duck away from and get away from the St. Louis noise. And they got a big crossover day today, so they're excited about that. And then we'll see what they can do. I mean, it's an interesting sport because these nationals, it's all about who's kind of playing well and consistently. And I think that they certainly have a good shot. They're ranked in the top, I think, 11 or 12 right now. So it should be a fun day.
Do you have a shirt that says Volleyball Dad?
Oh, my God. I got a sweatshirt, T-shirt, hat. Okay. Volleyball Dad. Big supporter. Big. Actually, the shirt I'm wearing now says, my wife got this for our anniversary, actually. It says, more spaghetti, less upsetty. That's a great shirt.
Oh, wow. That's such a Vitale shirt. That'll be in episode 2 of the new sitcom. Are they guaranteed a number of games or matches down there? Because you hear these horror stories. Families will fly all over the country and their kid plays like 2 soccer games, and then they turn around and come back.
Dude, I'm telling you, Mark, this soccer sport is a complete and utter joke. What your kids
put that on.
Here we go.
Sorry, Scott Gallagher. Hey, I'm serious though. Like, I talked to a friend the other day. He's like, "Hey, I'm on my way up to Milwaukee." I go, "Oh, awesome! What you know up there?" "Oh, my son's got soccer." "Oh, great! Like a tournament?" He goes, "No, it's just one game."
Oh my God!
I've heard stories like this. They'll go out of town, and then if you win one, you'll play a second. If you lose, you're headed home. Like, who's doing this?
It's insane. And I'm like, well, why don't they play like a second or a third? And I guess it makes sense because soccer, you're running constantly. So I do get it that you can't overwhelm the kids, but that's a long way to go for a soccer tournament. A little bit of pressure on little Johnny to make sure he brings his A game, if you know what I mean.
And if you really want to develop a good soccer player, wouldn't it make more sense to stay in St. Louis and play 3 or 4 games rather than fly to Milwaukee and play 1?
I mean, listen, Doug, you're preaching to the choir. I don't know the nuts and bolts and the ins and outs of how the soccer is set up. But, no, to answer your question, Mark, they play a lot of games. They play a lot of matches. It's a lot of fun. So it's certainly worth it for everyone, but we're having a good time.
I've heard some of those volleyball tournaments you play all weekend long, right? There's
you don't stop.
Tons of games.
You don't stop, and it's quite an amazing sport, you know. And I think for people who watch, it's my favorite sport to watch because, like I said, every ball matters. You know, and you know, you're kind of under this microscope where, you know, you're on a team, and there's certainly a team there, but the individual highlights and mistakes really get magnified in certain moments of the game. And then, of course, my daughter was playing a game the other day, and she played great, and her very last hit got blocked, and they lost the game. And, she's all in distress. And I say, "You doing all right?" And she goes, "No, that last point, the game's my fault." So kids kind of they blow up these little mistakes as their issue and their team losses. And so it's a cool game in that sense, where there's a lot of great pressure, but also it is a team sport. But every ball matters. And parents get into it, and the kids are certainly into it. And like I said, aside from it being super loud and all these whistles going on, if you've never been to one, I suggest maybe go home and put on some bacon on your stove, and then just turn it on high for about a good hour and allow all the smoke in your house to go crazy, and then all the fire alarms go off, and then you have police showing up. It's that plus having like a 3-year-old blowing a whistle in your ear and your wife screaming at you. That's kind of what like a volleyball.
Wow, very vivid.
Wow. I'd use that at Guantanamo Bay.
Joey Vitale is with us, clearly enjoying the magic of the volleyball tournament weekend in Dallas. And he is presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Jason Gassrow, owner of Schaefer Door Company, just texted me to say, "We've just assigned a service tech to hang out at Joey's house and wait for things to happen. Hashtag profit center." So I guess the Schaefer Door Company is aware of your garage door issues, Joey.
Let's do it, Jason. I'm going to go with J-Bone. That's his new nickname, J-Bone. All right, thanks for looking out, J-Bone.
J-Bone is taking care of Joey. Hey, Joey, the draft is tonight. There's been a lot of Jordan Kyrou stuff flying around. Are you and Martin, what do you have it at 33.5% that he gets moved? Is that where your number is?
Sitting at that. About a third chance.
You guys are crazy. No, he's not going anywhere. Okay. You guys are all full of it. It's amazing. I hear people, I see these news, and everyone's kind of been asking me, like, what's going on with Kyrou? I'm like, what's going on with Kyrou? He's a 30-plus goal scorer who's making $8 million. Like, that's a pretty sweet deal when you kind of look and compare it to the rest of the league. I mean, I think he had 36 last year. He's going to be a 40-goal scorer, and I think he's going to do it, over the next 6 years. He's probably going to do it 3 or maybe 4 times. I mean, he's doing nothing but getting better every single year. Again, give me a player that can make $8 million that can get you close to 40 goals, and they're just not out there. I mean, you look at like a player like Artemi Panarin. I think Artemi Panarin had 1 more goal than Kyrou last year. The guy's making $12 million. Jonathan Tavares, I think he had maybe 1 or 2 more than Kyrou last year. He's making $11 million. I mean, guys, the threshold of what it costs to get a 40 goal scorer in this league. I mean, in reality, it's a steal that we have Jordan Kyrou, and he has been very consistent when it comes to goal scoring. I know there's a little bit of a knack because we live in St. Louis, and we do live in this kind of blue collar town, and we love the grittiness of a Sam Bennett. I mean, listen, everyone would love a Sam Bennett. We love a playoff caliber type of player like a Matthew Tkachuk. I get it. Does Kyrou have all of that? Maybe not yet. But he certainly can score goals. So to me, that's where I look at number one from an analytics standpoint. It makes sense. And the second part, I mean, this kid is developing. It's been a pleasure to watch him. When he came into the league, I mean, he was a scared little boy. He was nervous. It took him a while to get acclimated. But I've watched nothing but a kid grow into a man and continue to develop his game. I thought his defensive game was superior last year. It's going to keep getting better. His plus-minus went through the roof. I mean, under Jim Montgomery, he's just going to continue to improve. And it's amazing, actually, how quickly he has improved. I mean, I know we're living in a world now where, everyone wants success and they want to see it now. But, my goodness, I think it took him 4 years, really, to establish that 30-goal plateau, and now it's been very consistent every single year. You compare it to the Conn Smythe winner. I was just, looking at this the other day. But, Sam Bennett, and this is the 4th overall, I think back in the early 2010s, 13, 14, whatever it was, 4th overall pick. He didn't hit 20 goals till like his 7th or 8th season with Calgary. And then you look at Kyrou. I mean, he's hitting 30 he hit 30 I think his 4th year. So it's like, it takes a lot of these players a long time to really find their groove. And I actually think that he's actually catching it a lot quicker than most of these superstars. And he's going to do nothing but continue to improve. I go back to, I think a lot of fans sometimes throughout the playoffs are like, well, we need him to be grittier. We need him to be better. We need him to be harder. We need him to be more physical. I don't know. Do we really need him to be a Sam Bennett? I don't know much about Santa Claus other than the fact that, when Rudolph came into the picture, here's Santa Claus. He's hanging out with all his reindeer, and he's thinking, how am I going to get through the night? And then all of a sudden, this little reindeer with a red bulb on his nose comes up and says, hey, I want to join the party. And, Santa's probably over there thinking, like, hey, I can't really use you, buddy. You're kind of small. I got some big deer that are veteran deer that are, playoff experienced deer. And then he's like, but guess what, Santa? And he goes, boom, and he, lights up his nose, right? So then hang with me here for a second. So Santa's not thinking, well, I'm not going to focus on his deficiencies. I'm not going to put him in the back. Like, here's a kid with a gift. I'm going to put him in the front, because Santa's using his brain, right? Santa's a smart man. He's like, I'm going to use the gifts that this little reindeer has, and that's his light. So I'm going to put him in the front, and he's going to lead me through the night. I'm not going to put him in the back. I'm not going to compare him to Blitzen and Comet, and that he's not strong like Blitzen. He doesn't have the integrity like Comet. Like, who cares? He's got a light on his nose. Let him light the night up, And that's for Kyrou. Like, okay, he's not as big and strong and physical. Who gives a crud? Like, the guy's a 40-goal scorer one day, and, he's going to score you a lot of goals. And, if I'm not mistaken, it took the Blues the very last regular season game to get in last year, and those 36 goals, they meant something.
10 minutes in, Tim, we lost him. 10 minutes in.
I couldn't be more delighted.
Doug Kyrou is Rudolph.
Yep,
You
I
can
think
use that
that's
tonight.
gonna
Give Sports at 5 or 6. You could use that tonight, that Kyrou is Rudolph.
He's saying that certain players do different things. I don't remember Gretzky mixing it up with anybody either, or getting back and fighting and falling in front of
now
slap
Kyrou's
shots.
Gretzky, Tim. I thought he was Rudolph. Now he's Gretzky.
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
I mean, no one was complaining when Jaden Schwartz wasn't physical back in 2019 and starting fights and running the goalie. I mean, we didn't care what Jaden Schwartz was doing. I think he had 11, 12 goals that year, and he was on fire in the playoffs, and they don't win the cup without Jaden Schwartz. But, I mean, he did what he did. He scores goals. He played through it. I think Kyrou's doing a great job playing through it right now. He's getting better. He's improving. So to me, I think you can throw all that out the window. I think he's going to be a Blue for a long time.
But all of that said, don't you think Army and Steen explore a lot of possibilities? If you think you can get better, if you think you can change up your roster. I'm not saying there's a mandate to trade Kyrou, but I would be open. If I were them, I would talk to every team about every player.
Well, sure, you're open to it, Marty. But again, I go back to, okay, so what's the return? Like, to me, are you going to find another player at that salary that's going to get you close to 40 goals? The answer is probably, I know it's no. Okay, so then you go, okay, well, how about a pair? Can we get a pair of players? Can we get like the Noah Dobson in New York was kind of like a 1-for-1. It's like, okay, well, again, then you need to find a way to get 35 goals. So let's say you're bringing 2 forwards. Can we split 35 goals and $8 million over 2 players? Well, again, I don't know. That's the whole Mitch Marner thing kind of going on, who's going to be the hottest player here in a couple of days. Is he going to make $12, $13 million? Yeah. Well, how can a team absorb that? Well, because you're absorbing a lot of points. So the team's got to ask themselves, well, can we absorb one player with that many points at that salary, or can we find 2 or 3 other players for that exact same price that's going to give us the exact same amount of points? So that's where I look at this. And yeah, you're certainly willing to open up a conversation, entertain it. I just don't know, looking around the league, what player or what 2 players can make up that substantial amount of points for the price tag that he has.
And you hear people say, well, they got Snuggerud ready to come up and take the Kyrou role, but it would be nice to have 2 dynamic offensive players. That never hurt anybody.
Yeah, listen, I never had a menage a trois, Doug, but yeah,
Now you're talking to me. Now you got me in.
Still a great night.
I'll leave it at that.
Kind of surprised by that, too, by the way.
More spaghetti, less upsetty.
Yeah, right. Rudolph, menage a trois.
There's your bingo card for Joey V. Blues picked 19th overall, Joseph. I've had to redo my board a couple of times. What are the chances a Blues fan will even know the play? This is sort of a weird deal with the draft, right? NHL draft. For the most part, other than the first-round pick, that usually gets talked about, it's for your fan base, I'm saying. They'll just sort of go along with what the team decides.
Yeah, you got to put your trust in the team. I remember when they drafted Robert Thomas, it was one of my first years really kind of in the broadcast booth and really kind of focusing on the Blues. And they brought in this kid named Robert Thomas, who I think was 20th overall that year. And not many people knew about him. I talked to Keith Kachuk there in the summer and said, wait till you watch this kid play. He's a sneaky player. I can't believe it took him that long to get drafted. To me, he's a top 5, top 6 prospect. And you know what? Walt was bang on. I think if you redo that draft, the draft that Thomas was drafted, I think based off of points, leadership qualities, I think this is a kid that can win a Selkie one day. This is a player that probably should have gone top 5, so he was absolutely right. So I think that you kind of put your hopes and your dreams and your faith in the scouts. You put them in those guys because, you know, at the end of the day, we don't really know much of what's going on, and it's a hard job. I mean, it's very difficult. I mean, if you look at first rounders over the last 5 years, sometimes there are the superstars. Then there's guys that are complete duds and they just don't make it, right? So there's just so much that goes into it. I know that the interview process is becoming super important these days, and we talked about this a little bit last week. You know, Tim, you and I were talking about the culture of a team and how do you find right culture guys and character guys. Well, these interview processes, you know, the way they ask these guys questions, they want to see their demeanor. Little things matter. I'll never forget. I was in Pittsburgh and I sat down with Tom Fitzgerald, who was our assistant GM at the time. Now he's doing obviously great things as a head GM around the league. I sat down with him, and I sat down with a hat on, and he said, "Rule number 1: whenever you sit down in an office like this, take your hat off." I was kind of like stunned, but that kind of stuff matters. They want to kind of look at kids and see, what they're made of. Their level of politeness, their handshake. A handshake's really important. My dad, when I was a kid, he was always like, whenever you shake someone's hand, you got to try to break that hand. Like you got to pretend like you're trying to crush that guy's hand. That's a good handshake, and give them eye contact, right? So I know these scouts, when they're shaking these guys' hands, the level of a firm handshake and eye contact, that stuff matters, right? Because everyone wants a Sam Bennett, like we talked about him a little bit earlier, but everyone wants that. Everyone wants that gritty guy that when the game and the temperature goes up, that's the guy you want on your bench. Brad Marchand, same thing. The temperature goes up in the game, that's the guy you want. So you try to do your best to look at what the on ice looks like, but also there's a lot of personality and character marks that you're trying to check those boxes as they enter into the draft here tonight. But it's not an easy job because you're basically looking at a 18-year-old kid and you're saying, are you going to be in your prime and you're going to help us win hockey games at 24, 25? There's so much growth to be had, and like I said, it's a lot of it's rolling the dice and just kind of crossing your fingers.
I see you were drafted on July 30, 2005. What was that day like for you, the day you got drafted?
That was the year after the lockout. So, this was an interesting draft because that was the draft that, my good pal Sidney Crosby heard of him.
Gosh, doggone it.
There it is, Martin. 17 minutes, 21 seconds is when it hit.
I'm disappointed it took that long.
Dude, we get it. You work out, guy.
Number 1 overall, good friend. We actually had an article. There was an article about 3 years ago. They had the best draft class by year for every team. Pittsburgh 05, the best draft class. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Joey Vitale, sleeper around 7. But also Chris Letang and Crosby were in there. Not that they helped a ton, but we were a part of the greatest draft class. So anyway, no, it was a weird year. I think it was done like in a hotel banquet hall because of the lockout. Pittsburgh, of course, won the lottery, so everyone knew they were going to get Crosby. And you saw what that lottery meant to that city because he's now won 3 cups, potentially can win even more. And he's basically turned that city from a team that was maybe going to move to Kansas City, if you remember the time, to staying in Pittsburgh. And then, of course, doing some remarkable things. So, it was a thing where back in 05, we didn't have cell phones. We had the internet, but you kind of had to go out and reach out and check. I was up in camp up in Minnesota. I was doing a Minnesota hockey camp where I just retreated, for 3, 4, 5, 6 straight summers for basically 6 weeks to train 2-a-days, plyos, weight training. Lived out in the woods in the cabin with some buddies, and we just basically kind of the old Rocky movie when he's in Russia. That's what we did. We just kind of trained every day and just stuck together every day, and we didn't have like any technology and things like that. So I was up there. My folks came to visit me on a weekend. We ended up going to Mass on a Saturday night because Sunday had something else going on. So we were going to go to Mass that Saturday evening up in Nisswa, Minnesota, and we're going into Mass. We're going into church on Saturday evening, and my mom's phone rings, and it's one of the family members, and she kind of puts it on silent, and we walk in and it rings again, and then it rings again, and then by the 4th call, she told me we were kind of worried someone had died, like someone's hurt. So she answers that 5th call right as she picks up her phone, and it's an old friend of mine's mom, and basically said that, hey, your son was drafted by Pittsburgh, which I didn't even honestly know the draft was happening that day. That's how out of touch I was with everything, because nowadays everything, there's so much anticipation, and with social media, everyone knows exactly what's happening. But back in the day, you don't really know what's going on. So I was a little bit starstruck by it, but also super excited. And I remember going to my very first camp and, seeing Crosby and seeing all these first rounders. And it was there where I met, Tom Fitzgerald, who gave me, some of the best advice for a 19-year-old kid that I ever could receive. I still tell my kids this as well. But I sat in his office. He first told me to take my hat off, and he taught me a couple manners about how to handle myself, which was a really great thing. And then we just talked, and he just said, "Hey, listen, you're a late rounder. The chances of a 7th rounder playing one game in the NHL is very, very, very small." But he said something I'll never forget. He said, "But don't worry about how you're in the locker room and everyone's talking to Crosby. Everyone's talking to the second rounders. You're going to show up at these games. You're going to be on the 4th line. You're going to grind it away in the minors for years to come. You wait and watch." He said, "But the most important thing for you is that you take care of today. Just worry about today. Focus on your nutrition, your hydration, your rest, your on-ice details. Do that today. And then tomorrow, do that all over again." And I'll never forget. I still see his face when he's telling me all this. Now he's obviously doing great things in New Jersey. But I can still see Tom Fitzgerald's face telling me that. And I stuck to that, and I committed to that, and then obviously it worked out very well. And I got very, very lucky and fortunate with timing and a lot of the great things. But a lot of these guys, you get drafted, and it's an exciting day. But it really doesn't mean anything, right? It's just all that means is you got potential. All it means is we see you potentially being great. And I think a lot of kids, when they get drafted, you kind of get complacent. Right, I know a lot of my friends. They got very complacent. I had friends of mine drafted in 2nd, 3rd round, didn't play one game in the NHL because I remember those draft days. They were so excited and they started to kind of party and get, just kind of float, right? But the draft really just means that you just have this potential. We see potential in you. And to quote one of my favorite coaches of all time, Bob Shannon. Remember Bob Shannon? We talked about Bob Shannon.
Oh, sure,
weeks.
Absolutely.
He said, Bob. He goes, Joe. You know what potential is? It means you just haven't done it yet. He goes, it means you're good. I was like, he's like, you got good potential, Vitale, but you haven't done anything yet. He got right in my face. I'm like, okay, crazy man. Anyway, so that's what the draft's really about. It's about having potential, and you're going to see what these kids are made of after this day and after the smoke settles and the excitement settles, because then the work really begins.
Perfect. I forgot the question. Do you know the local kid, Shane? Is it Van Sage? Do you know anything about? He played at Michigan State, but he's from the area. I guess he has a chance at the 1st round, maybe 2nd round. Have you seen him?
I ran into him at the gym the other day. He's working out at Elevated Performance with my good friend John Benny. Shout out Elevated Performance. That's where I used to work out with Chris Butler. We were one of the first 2 guys to work out. This is like 20 years ago. This is when no personal trainers were around. It wasn't really a thing. I talked to Chris. He's like, hey, there's this guy named John Benny. He used to be a trainer for the Blues. They call him Crash. He's kind of working out from this guy's garage, but he's really good. So we went to go see him, and now he's doing incredible things over there in De Pere. He works with the Kachuk boys as well. Nice. And he's doing a great job. And anyway, I was at the gym the other day because my daughter and son kind of go in there once every couple weeks just to kind of check in on some movement stuff. And that young man was in there, and he is built like a bull, and really, really great kid. Seems like a really kind kid. He's a workhorse, apparently, but he certainly got the physique to play in the NHL, and I've heard great things about him. But, no, I'm really, really hoping that he does go in the 1st round. It would be a wonderful thing.
There you go.
So Santa Claus had a menage a trois?
I don't know. Is that what he said?
And Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was there? In a Davenport? Is that the lesson from today?
If you just don't think about it too much, though, it all makes sense.
Okay. Papers for the win.
Yeah, Jackie Papers. A game today. Joey, what's on the itinerary this weekend outside of volleyball?
Volleyball, a little bit more today. Some crossover big games today. They're playing the KC Dynasty team. They have lost to this team for the last 3 straight years. They need to beat them to get into this crossover to really push for a top 8 finish in the Nationals. So I bribed all the girls last night. I said, if you guys beat this stinking team, I'm taking you all out to ice cream tonight. So I'm really hoping I'm taking this team out for a free scoop of ice cream tonight. That's number 1. And then we just mosey on back here to St. Louis before things kind of settle back in for the following week. So, yeah, hoping to have an ice cream date with these girls here tonight, and they take care of business.
Look at that. There it is, Doug. This guy's got it all figured out, doesn't he?
Yeah, sounds like a fun day.
Yeah. Joey Vitale, friend of the program, and Jason Gosrow of Schaefer Door is set up at your house waiting
waiting for another garage door incident at the Vitale house, and that's Martin, where the sitcom is being shot.
The Vitale's probably a CW kind of show, maybe Thursdays at 7:30. Yeah. All
Remember,
good.
boys.
Somebody
Remember, boys,
asked.
it's always a good day. It's always a good day to have some pasta. More spaghetti, less upsetty. Go enjoy.
Yeah, I know. I was just saying, somebody mentioned that he was having Coke and eggs for breakfast. So I don't know. I'm just referencing.
Washing it down. Joey, God bless you. Thank you so much. We always enjoy the conversation. Enjoy Dallas with your daughter, sir.
Thank you, boys. Have a great day.
You too.
All
It's
right,
Joey
thanks.
Vitale with us, Doug, and we went on another adventure.
It was like a children's book, except on acid.
Comparing Kyrou to Rudolph.
That's correct.
He's doesn't do the heavy lifting, but he still leads.
He
with his
certainly
nose.
doesn't think he's going anywhere.
No.
We did get that.
Strong
call.
Makes a good point. 30-goal scorers don't grow on trees. That's for sure. You got to have one or two of those on your team.
Last Friday, the chairman was yorny as hell. This Friday, Jackson got laid last night and is turning in a low number. That's from the salty bald dad from Caseyville.
Turning in a low number.
I don't know what that means. I feel like Jackson's having a monster show, but I felt like the chairman had a monster show. So I don't find. And what is yorny? Is that a take on Youngry?
I just don't. Oh, no.
Young and horny. My mic was off. Young and horny. I made sure to turn it on to say that.
You yorny right now, bro?
No. Horny for takes.
Horny for takes.
Thank you. I needed a title for this.
Horny
segment.
for excellence.
Now you have one, Chairman. When the Cardinals take the field, by the way, they flash on the screen Youngry with the definition. It's really taken a life of its own.
The Vitales would be the perfect lead into the Real Housewives of TMA. That's from the Unknown DJ.
Sure. Not bad.
Hi, Doug, you're starting to build a network.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a lot of material there at the Vitale house you could work with.
And Doug, how many submissions have you looked over? Videos people sent in?
None so far.
A self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom said she emailed one in.
Oh, I think they're all afraid of the hate that they would get from the walruses on the text line.
So that killed
Can't
the
blame
Real
them for
Housewives
that.
of TMA?
Well, it might.
I think Sharon would do it. She just says she needs some cash, and I respect that. You know?
I don't believe she said that.
I'm pretty sure she said the juice needs to be worth the squeeze.
Oh, well.
Something along those lines.
Goodorbad.com can provide a bridge loan.
Bridge loan?
Is that right?
Yeah. And industry standard, it's a 35% interest rate.
35%?
Yeah, I guess that's about right now.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Right.
A bridge loan is usually used if you buy a house and you haven't sold yours yet. You get a loan to bridge you between one
Right. I have
mortgage
no
and the
doubt
other.
you guys are going to make the money back. But again, 35% interest rate.
Okay, that's...
And goodorbad.com, that's the business I invested in is now doing loans.
Yeah. Well, we're just...
Doug, I haven't seen a red cent. I haven't seen a dividend.
Well, if you can get people to pay 35%, I'd go ahead and get in that business. Jim Hayes used to call it just a boilerplate contract.
Right.
A boilerplate contract.
That's
I always
right.
like
Well, I'm
that.
JG.
How do you know you're getting banged? The guy handing it to you said it's a boilerplate
Oh,
contract.
yeah. Everybody signs them.
Gift cards.
Hey, Tim, did you see my text about sweet, sweet Kai wearing pigtails? And has Doug complained yet that the NHL changed the emergency backup goalie rule? He is banty. Doug, are you aware of the change to the EBUG?
I heard something about it, but I didn't really read much about it.
Well, Daddy Padre, who his name is on the Stanley Cup from 2019, part of the 2019 Blues, sometimes will text into the program. Here is the, you know what? I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to give you the story on how Daddy Padre's career may have been altered, and he could be ready for his second act, a la Hasek in Chi-Town. We'll tell you how and why as goaltenders coming out of the stands. Is it going to end? Find out next. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's online at igotfloored.com. igotfloored.com. And Michael's Flooring is a loyal TMA advertiser. And Michael's Flooring is letting you know this. Number one, it's family owned and operated for more than 3 decades. And number two, if you are interested, you can get free samples when you go to igotfloored.com from Michael's And you get those from Proximity Mills. Michael's family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. His passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best carpet installers and giving him $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation in this industry. If you are interested in working with Michael, go to igotfloored.com. And if you're interested in the flooring product, they have 3 incredibly easy locations to get to in the St. Louis area: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com. Steven Tyler?
This is Aerosmith. This is a song called Head First, and the significance of it is 31 years ago today, this song became the first song you could download on the internet.
Is that right?
Yep. It was a leftover track from their album Get a Grip, and they basically did it so they could prove that they could do it. Like this software company reached out to them to prove that they could do it, and 10,000 people downloaded it.
Wow. Not a big fan.
Of Aerosmith?
Now, like, honestly, the really old stuff, like Walking in the Sand and Dream On, but they did the Dude Looks Like a Lady, Loving an Elevator. I just thought it was stupid.
That was the Pump album.
Yeah,
was that 88? What about when they worked with Run DMC? And was that the most critical moment in rap becoming mainstream? Thoughts? 314-974-0101. Or you can text in 314-399-9646. We got a lot going on here, Doug. I got a deep tease on Daddy Padres' career as a goaltender. Got the Baldwin Beer Bitch on the line. Sharon in Clayton says Tim tells no lies regarding the Real Housewives of TMA. If it's worth doing, it's worth being paid. Is that Gordon Gecko?
Huh.
Sharon in Clayton, Gordon Gecko?
I just don't.
So got that going on. So I guess we've got to do another round of funding to get Sharon, self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. Who else is on the cast? Maybe the Baldwin Beer Bitch. Here she is right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Baldwin Beer Bitch. Doug, you want to say anything there?
Hello, bitch.
Hey, boys. Good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you and yours.
So I just wanted to follow up on a couple topics this week. So you guys were talking about gentle parenting yesterday.
Yeah, somebody texted in and accused somebody of being a gentle parent product, and I don't recall what it was. Doug, do you remember what the topic was? Morikawa was the product of gentle parenting.
Right.
So there's actually some women, not me, just to clarify, there's some women who believe that they should gentle parent their husbands. Have you heard of this trend?
What would that entice?
So, like, say, for example, you're not pleased with how much time your husband is spending toward his fantasy football team. You would say something like, honey, I love how much time and passion you put toward your fantasy football team, but could you maybe limit it to 2 hours a day, something like that. But there's legitimately women on TikTok who try to influence people to gentle parent their husbands.
I'm going to call that a soft nag.
Yeah. But 30 minutes ago, you guys were chatting about iced tea.
Yeah, we should talk more about it. Well, I don't think there's a whole lot wrong with that, just to be, because you're talking with another parent, you're talking with your spouse. It's okay to be nice to them to try to get them to do what you want them to do.
Oh, sounds like Doug's a gentle parenter in the relationship, so now we got it all figured out.
Well, you would want the husband to snap back and get mad at that?
No. I just think it's funny when you see these videos of women trying to encourage you to treat your husband like a 10-year-old. So, but anyway,
okay.
I do have an outline. That wasn't part of my outline. Is that okay?
An outline that you're about to drop on us?
Yeah, so that was Roman numeral number 1.
Okay,
yeah.
Sure.
That was the what comes before the Roman numerals?
Doug?
With the prologue, epilogue.
Yeah, I think it's a prologue.
Okay.
Prologue.
All right.
Okay, so it's Roman numeral 1. Martin, did you ever post that Robbie Avila interview?
I believe it was posted, at fox2now.com. Yes, because I sent it to Coach Shirts, and he said he enjoyed it. So, yes, it's at you're as a Billiken fan, you're inquiring. Robbie Goggles in studio last week on Sports Final. It's available at fox2now.com. Next question.
Thank you. I was going to ask you for the website. I don't usually have your channel on, no offense. We have Doug's channel on. We're always waiting for a sportscast.
Yeah,
but he never shows up anymore.
Well, I've been there for almost 4 years now.
Very few people can be on local news.
Thanks, Chuck. Thanks, Chuck.
Speaking of, did anyone else get turned on when Steve Templeton rolls his sleeves up during a Stormcast?
Doug?
Turned on? No, a little worried because I know the hell's all about to break loose. I wouldn't say turned on.
I don't know. There's like this whole little there's like been some Reddit posts. Like people in St. Louis get really randy when Steve rolls up his sleeves. So.
Really? Is that right?
Yeah,
That's an aphrodisiac?
Are you getting turned on by this?
He seems like a humble guy. I don't know if he's aware of that. So you might want to let him know, Doug, that he's got quite the following of men and women that are just
men
really,
and women
really into him.
Women want to be with him. Men want to be with him.
Well, I'll let him know next time I see
think
him.
the weather guy, if they know it's going to be a big storm day, just go with the short sleeves. Then you don't have to roll them up.
No, he's got the full suit. You know, when he starts rolling up, it's not a concern. When he takes the jacket off, and when he rolls up the sleeves, that's when you're supposed to get in your basement. But that's when people get really, really turned on.
Tim, you know, the short sleeves usually means business.
It does.
When somebody walks through the door wearing short sleeves, they mean business.
That's exactly right.
Hey, Tim, there was earlier in the week, too. Sorry, I haven't been able to listen live as much as, I'd like to. Work keeps getting in the way, unfortunately. But there was a presser, and there was a reggaeton song playing in the background, and I think you were wondering what it was. I don't know if anyone ever got back to you, but whenever you ask the question, it's my duty to follow up for you.
Yeah, Doug, that's the impact I have on ladies in the Central Corridor.
Okay, for heaven's sakes.
That song was No Te Veo by Casa de Leones.
Doug, that's the one you thought it was.
I didn't have any idea what it was.
It was a big reggaeton banger. I think it was like 2007. So I don't know, Doug, is that on your Mount Rushmore of reggaeton bangers?
It isn't. I don't have a Rushmore for that. I couldn't be sorrier.
Baldwin Beer Bitch, you're getting support from perhaps your co-star in The Real Housewives of TMA, depending on how much capital we can raise. Sharon in Clayton says, Bitch is 100 on that Templeton sleeve take. Twitter goes ablaze when he does that, rolling up his sleeves. Wow, this is a thing.
I had no idea.
It does. Next time, though, there's a St. Louis Reddit. It's not full of as many incels as the TMA Reddit. But there legitimately was a post, and people were commenting about how they thought it was so hot when he rolled up his sleeves.
Would that be any man rolling up his sleeves or just Steve Templeton?
I think it's just Steve. There's also usually some posts on the fan pin, too, about it. So, like I said, he gets the men and the women in the area excited or stormed.
Huh. Shrimply Pibbles wants to know if you would like some pictures of his wife.
I mean, sure, why not? I don't discriminate. So.
Nice, all right. Connect you two and get that done.
Not all of the text line is being supportive. And,
no, you're right, Martin.
And you can't read, a lot of them you can't read. The Oakville Hoosier just said, get this broad off the air, boring. And that's the nice one.
Don't worry, guys. It's a work-from-home day. I'm doing laundry. I'm cleaning. I'm working. I'm getting back to my chores soon. So, hey, second to last. So, Jackson, your plane take. So, what was on your list? People taking too long to get off the plane, and then people jumping up right away.
Yeah,
so
early risers and woefully unprepared.
I don't know if maybe if you guys have noticed, but I think ever since COVID happened, people just forgot how to act on planes. So if you start timing from when you land, or I should say when the plane pulls up to the gate, it takes at least 10 plus minutes to get off a plane, and it did not used to be that case. I mean, it is out of control. Just start your watch next time. I'm telling you guys. So.
Well, a lot of comments wanting you to get back to work. More hot takes.
I told you. All right, last thing. So.
This is like a Steve call.
Let's go.
I'm here.
Let's go.
I went to the Doggies game the other night. So I know Blessed, right? Who wants to go sit out in the Doggies game in the 98-degree weather? So the parking has gotten worse. I think people are starting to find more parking. But I will say, so I never noticed this or expected this, but when I went into the females' restroom, it just smelled like a pile of hot, steamy logs in there.
Oh.
I mean, it was disgusting. And so, Doug, don't you think that's just common etiquette that people shouldn't take recreationals at City Park? Is that not known?
Absolutely. You do that at home. You don't let other people share in that funk.
You would expect that. You would expect that at the men's restroom at the Dotem, but the women's restroom at the Doggies game, I was really surprised.
No, you do that at home. Get yourself regular. Get some fiber in your diet.
I mean, it was to the point where when you went in the stall, you could sense the steam coming off the toilet seat. I'm not even kidding. That's how bad it was.
It's so vivid.
All right, boys. Well, that's all I had. Late outline today. I got to get back to my chores, but thank you all. Have a very blessed weekend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry to bother you.
Doug, that was the Baldwin Beer Bitch, and she was our listener of the month. I think it was a year ago, Jackson. I don't know if you have that list.
Yeah, I think a year ago, either July or August.
Martin, they were not enjoying the call on the Air Comfort Service text.
Many that could not be read aloud. Appreciate her stepping into the batter's box, though. It was about a 10-pitch at bat. And it had a little Chairman Steve where you thought it was over, or maybe we reached the point to move on. Hold on, a couple more things.
Yeah, second to last thing.
Couple more things.
God bless this lady's husband. I bet he doesn't clean his ears so he doesn't have to listen to all this. That's from Mr. Siders, usually critical of Jackson's 7-iron, today critical of the Baldwin beer bitch. Doug, I deep teased this program with the EBUG. This, of course, something that has been near and dear to the hearts of TMA listeners because we have our own goalie calling in to the show, that, of course, being Daddy Padre. Sports fans tend to be suckers for a good Cinderella story, and the NHL has been responsible for some great ones, thanks to the unlikely heroes who've stepped up in instances where teams have ended up without a healthy goaltender. Unfortunately, it sounds like the league is gearing up to overhaul the rules to make it harder for another one to join their ranks. The NHL has required every team to have 2 active goaltenders dressed on the bench during games since 1955, and only one of them will end up patrolling the net in the vast majority of contests. For example, there haven't been many situations where a team has found itself without the services of both netminders in the same game, but the NHL still opted to adopt a contingency plan ahead of the 2016-2017 season with, Doug, the EBUG, which stands for Emergency Backup Goaltender Rule, that mandated the presence of someone capable of filling the void at every single game in the event of that unlikely scenario coming to fruition.
Capable being a relative term.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Who's to say who's capable?
Daddy Padre stopped Vladimir Tarasenko in his tracks.
I don't know that he did.
Daddy Padre, big boy.
In 2020, David Ayers, a 42-year-old who was employed by the Maple Leafs AHL affiliate, suited up for the Hurricanes and surrendered goals in the first 2 shots he faced.
Stunning.
After coming into the game midway through the second period to squander the 3-1 lead Carolina had when he entered.
How could that be real?
However, he saved the next 8 shots that came his way and became the first EBUG to be credited with a win as the Hurricanes earned a 6-3 win. And EBUG has been called upon in 3 more games since then, but it appears the era is on the verge of coming to an end. Based on preliminary plans concerning the newest collective bargaining agreement. According to the Daily Faceoff, the NHL and NHLPA are close to finalizing the CBA that will go into effect ahead of the season in 2026 and boast some notable changes, including the introduction of an 84-game season and a sizable increase to the fund reserved for players who make the playoffs. Unfortunately, the current EBUG system will also be tweaked, with the outlet saying the CBA will mandate the establishment of full-time emergency backup goalie positions within organizations while abandoning the system where a rotation of over-the-hill goalies are essentially plucked off the streets. Doug, Daddy Padre's career might have come to an end.
It's over. It was not only the quirkiest, most fun rule in all of pro sports, it was also the most stupid rule in all of pro sports.
What about, you always credit the WWE for not using instant replay.
Yeah, that's another bad one. But this was just so bizarre, which made it kind of fun, but just stupid at the same time. Now, I haven't heard it. What, visiting teams will travel with an emergency backup goalie? I haven't seen that item. So that's going to tack on a significant expense to each team, I guess, to pay somebody to do it and then to fly him around for who knows how many years without ever stepping on the ice.
I don't know if what they're saying is the CBA is going to mandate the establishment of full-time emergency backup goalie positions within organizations, if that means that that player will travel with the team on the road, or it's just going to be a full-time EBUG who, like, let's say the Leafs are coming to St. Louis, the St. Louis EBUG could be used for either team. But there's got to be a full-time employee.
Yeah.
It's got to be a full-time goaltender.
It does seem like you'd have a player on your team who could suit up in an absolute emergency that would still be better than Phil the plumber.
I just don't know why there wouldn't be guys sitting up there with the healthy scratches, you know, like what you're saying.
Yeah. That's what I was saying for years. But then we had other people, even guys who played hockey, say, no, it's an entirely different position. You couldn't ask a defenseman in a pinch to put on the goalie pads. He wouldn't know what to do. That's what they were saying.
Ed Herman said Devers can't go over to first base.
Oh, I know.
Goes to the Giants, says, sure, I'll play first base.
Well, it's a little different in hockey. It is a radically different position. But I thought every other sport, if you run into problems with a catcher or a quarterback or something. Someone else, a kicker maybe, goes down. Someone else has just got to pony up. Someone who played in high school has got to do it.
Doug, great news. We actually have an NHL goaltender on the line, right? Is this Bennington? Is this Hofer?
It better not be Padre.
Oh, it's Daddy Padre, Doug.
Son of a
here.
Slow and slow.
Hey, what's up, Doug? How's it going?
So, okay. Did you lose your gig? You'd already retired, right?
I actually lost it years ago when I stopped doing it. But yeah, I think it's fully over with now. I've been saying for years they should have created this years ago because it's like the bullpen catcher. Doug, I think me and you talked about this before. I don't know how every team doesn't have it. You know the guys on the road, they don't want to skate in the early morning skates and take the rubber. But what's hilarious is in my group chat, I'm still in it with all the on Instagram with all these goalies around the league, these EBUGs. They're so delusional. All these guys, they literally think that teams are going to shell out six figures and they're still going to be the EBUGs. I'm like, are you guys nuts? They're not going to have a beer league goalie and pay him six figures in the event that it could possibly happen. And honestly, it's happened more and more the last, I would say, 3 or 4 years. I don't know how, but it has. It's crazy. And these guys are getting in games. And nothing bad's happened yet until it does. So, yeah, it's really crazy how this whole thing has transpired.
So who will they get to be these new emergency backup goalies? Former players?
And my guess it'll be a kid that's either played D3 or D1 NCAA. I mean, crap. Mike Caruso's kid, Jack. He's a good goalie. He played D1 at Denver.
Yeah, won a national championship, right, Daddy Padre?
Yeah, he would skate with me. He's a great guy, and he could do it, for example, because he never played. I mean, I don't know if I have the same qualifications because when I did it, the rule was you couldn't have ever played pro and accepted a pro paycheck. That was like the one rule. So
Because
I mean,
they didn't want anybody too good? What kind of sense did that make?
Well, because when they made the rule, it was because the Brodeur was the Blues E-Bug. And they said it's kind of unfair. You guys have a Hall of Fame goaltender sitting up in the raft, and he can just come down at any time. And then, you have a guy in Florida who, like you guys said earlier, is a plumber, and he's their E-Bug. So it's, I think they made it a rule, so they try to level it out. But I think the issue is going forward. I think they'll end up, having a guy that either played like junior hockey or Division I or Division III, or even guys that have played in the East Coast League. Because I'll be real honest with you, I have some buddies that play in the East Coast, and they don't make six figures. And I guarantee you, this job is going to be pretty lucrative. I mean, you get to travel around and stay at five-star hotels. You get great meals, and I guarantee the boys will take care of the goalies, and they get to practice them. You're like on the team without actually being on the team.
Boomer Kingsley.
And did you, you probably answered this in the past, did you get paid to attend games, like to be in reserve?
Just my 2 seats or whatever and parking pass, which is a whole deal. I'm sure you guys know about the city with the garage that they have.
Parking's a nightmare. I'll offer to be the E-Bug if I get a parking spot for a Blues game for media.
It was difficult for a few years. But, yeah, and then, I don't know, I got some gear. Like Jake Allen was really good to me. He gave me a few sticks. Benner gave me a few sticks. And then they actually got me a set of gear because my stuff was getting destroyed when I practiced with them. I mean, the guys shoot. That was my biggest fear is when I played with them. It's like, I mean, Doug, you would come out there and sometimes you'd see it. Those guys rip it. I didn't want to break a collarbone.
I'm surprised your padding was damaged because it rarely hit the pads.
Oh, come on, Doug.
Little breeze going past his mask.
But yeah, I'm kind of happy for the teams that have this rule in place because I mean it would have gotten ugly eventually because there's some E-Bugs I was really skeptical about that I've seen them play. So.
Well, good luck in getting another cup if you have a chance. Yep. Doug's still sideways that you got your name on engraved on the cup, but get over it, Doug.
It wasn't on there.
Hey, I'm going to go on a hot take here, too, real quick before I get off. Bowen Byram, I think, will be the next defenseman that'll be coming into St. Louis.
Do you think Kyrou gets traded?
Byram. If it's a deal for Byram, they'll have to add. Buffalo will. I know Buffalo is interested. I believe Sarah Valley's reporting. Sarah Valley's really good. I mean, the guy freaking named the entire Kraken roster before it even came out. I really believe that his no trade clause, the emergence of Snuggerud, I think that he's going to be I think they think Snuggerud will be everything that Kyrou is and more because he can score from distance. But I really think they'll end up moving on from. I feel like there's too much smoke. You know what I mean? And like the national insiders are posting about it nonstop. So I think it'll be Bowen Byram that's coming to St. Louis. So there's no way they don't fix this D4. I don't buy Doug's. Oh, we're fine with the defense. Just like didn't Mozeliak say they were fine at third base before they got Arenado, and then they have getting Arenado like 2 or 3 weeks later? I mean, it's the same kind of thing. I just don't buy it.
There it is, Doug. That's inside from the room right there.
He's not in the room.
He's looking at the draft board right now.
He hasn't been in the room for
years. It's a first-hand
years.
report. This is a TMA exclusive.
He was in the upper deck.
I think Cervali will credit us for that report.
I think so. Daddy Padre, wonderful to hear from you. Thank you for the call.
All right, have a good day, boys.
All right, then.
Daddy Padre with us here. Alan Dadeville has just released his Mount Rushmore of saddest collections of people on the internet. He says George Washington is Clemson message boards, Doug. Clemson message boards? I think that's coming. Alan Dadeville, though, loves Georgia. And, of course, Georgia and Clemson, they don't really get along. Those chat rooms Iggy used to hit on his brother-in-law in.
Yeah,
that was an awkward spot. Martin, I don't know if you were on the program when this happened, but Iggy would go into back in the AOL Messenger days and then flirt with guys posing as women, and it turned out one day that he wound up flirting with his brother-in-law, who was also posing as a woman.
Text me and I'll talk dirty to you.
Wow. It's almost Chris Hansen-esque.
The TMA Reddit is third on his list, and that EBUG group chat would have to be the list. That's the saddest collection of people on the internet from Alan Dadeville.
Can you imagine a better job, though, than to become an emergency backup goalie and never really have to play, but just get treated almost like a player? Travel around all the games. Wow, fantastic.
You're like 24 years old, staying at the Four Seasons and Fairmont and Ritz-Carlton.
Yeah. I can't imagine how much they'd pay you for a salary. Probably not much.
You don't think the league minimum would cover the e-bugs?
Probably not.
Chase this dough and get money.
But his papers is locked in today. He hasn't stopped, Martin. It's 9:17. This guy's been firing since 7 o'clock.
It was a week ago that somebody else was in that chair and had a drop fast.
Wow.
Just saying, word travels.
We have 800,000 left-handed D-men. Why in the hell would we acquire another one? Launch this guy into the sun. Give me Dobson or give me death.
Oh, that's from Philip Seymour Doffman, who disagrees with Blues goalie Daddy Padre.
Well, the one reason you might need one is because the defensemen they have are getting a little long in the tooth. That's why. Letty's 34.
I thought you were segueing into a live read.
I did too. I actually thought this is going to go to Mark Milton or something.
Yeah, I've heard that Doug voice before, and I go, okay, he's going to work in. He's going to weave into a sponsor.
It's a great time to talk about Callier and Thompson.
Wow, there it is.
A lot of these guys are looking to redo their kitchens, and so they come to the Blues.
Their kitchen is long in the tooth.
They want to be in St. Louis because they know Callier and Thompson is headquartered here, so they asked to be traded to St. Louis so Callier and Thompson can fix up their kitchen or their master bathroom or maybe redo the basement, whatever. Callier and Thompson can do it all. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who will back up their work these days. Callier and Thompson stands behind every job they do. During the process, they are always available there for you. The Callier and Thompson team cares about the work they produce. For them, it's more than just a job. They take pride in the work that they produce, especially for recently traded hockey players. Callier and Thompson's core values are summed up by simply doing the right thing. It's what they've been doing since the 1950s. They've been around that long. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard own the place now. They do a fantastic job. Callier and Thompson won't be the cheapest, but they won't be the most expensive either, and they will be the best. They're right there in that sweet spot where you're getting real quality without paying the absolute highest on it. Well, here's a customer review now. This is from Julia B. How you doing, Julia? Bathroom had major water damage. They had rot in the outer wall. Things were falling off the woodwork there. The workman, Jeff, was great with the attention to detail in what was needed to fix everything. Heather was excellent in helping me pick out wall and floor tile and countertops with bathroom appliances for a clean and open look in a small bathroom. Mike offered great suggestions for redesign and was immediately responsive. Would highly recommend using this company for kitchen and bath remodeling. Thank you, Julia B. So many of Callier and Thompson customers will tell you the exact same thing. It's just a fantastic company. You need any work done on your house, that's where you go. You go to Callier and Thompson. They're on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
314-974-0101. That is the number for Callier and Thompson's phone lines here on TMA. 314-399-9646. That's the number to text in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And many save that in their phone and communicate with the program throughout. Andy Strickland just tweeting, Noah Dobson is indeed staying in the Eastern Conference, and he has informed interested teams
So Dobson wants to stay in the Eastern Conference.
Why would that be a big deal?
That he wouldn't come here, right?
Well, yeah.
Or you're saying why would he want to stay in the Eastern
Why is the Eastern?
Who's ever said that before? I'm only going to teams in this conference.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. I guess the travel's easier if you stay in the Eastern Conference, but you still play the teams in the West. I don't know. That's that.
Text Strick.
Yeah, I'm curious what he's got on that.
Want Strick to call in?
The Cubs broadcasters were critical of the Cardinals' attendance. We'll have that for you coming up. Plus the drops of the week on the other side of the break. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's your Stiefel dossier. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson. A little Sports Center update here, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. NHL Draft Round 1 coverage right here on 101 ESPN. They're doing a live draft show here on 101 ESPN. You can check that out on YouTube, and you can also listen over the air with coverage starting at 6 p.m. That's the NHL Round 1 draft. That was their Sports Center update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
What do you think this is about, Doug? The song selection, I should say, not necessarily the songs.
I don't get it. I don't know.
All right, papers.
James,
Ringo Starr's birthday.
No, this is the, I guess, the 52nd anniversary of Live and Let Die, the 8th James Bond film, and the first to star Roger Moore.
How about that?
Huh.
Mark Hanna sponsors the 9 o'clock hour here. He's online at evergreenstl.com. Design Air sponsors our email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Breaking the temperatures today, Doug. Hello again, everybody.
All right. Nicer out there.
Yeah, quite glorious for our ball striking competition. It's only 83 degrees. And the high today only getting to 87. Chance of thunderstorms. Wind gusts up to 17 miles an hour. Looks like the wind is coming out of the north-northwest based on Old Glory. An olive out there, Doug. So adjust accordingly. Might be tough for you to reach those par 5s and 2 today.
I haven't reached a par 5 and 2 in 15 years.
All right.
I don't think I have.
Well, with the hawk coming into you today, you might have to lay up. Just adjust accordingly.
Oh, okay. There's no lay. I don't lay up anywhere. I hit it with all I've got.
Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. Become a client as well. The longest running sponsor on TMA. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. It's the only damn thing that matters. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Papers, we got a lot here, brother. And we haven't even gotten to the drops of the week on the Stiefel dossier. Let's enjoy them right now.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop. Indeed it is. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off. How about these hitties?
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
My son married Ed Herman.
What's that?
No. Ed Herman married my son.
Bizarre.
Like one time I shot like a cuckold scene with like my dad and my brother, and that was a lot of fun to shoot.
I can't stand this team. They got no balls. Okay? I want teams with balls. I want guys with balls.
Doug, a man's got to learn to take it.
It got the guy off.
Then you gotta bang it out.
No, but I will be in my boy panties.
It's so hot.
How you doing, Kim?
Your Honor, I don't know what to say. It's just
Okay, well, go ahead. You've only got 1 minute and 7 seconds left.
Is the trumpet your favorite horn?
Except that I've had an Emmy. I've never had a threesome. I couldn't tell you.
He's right on point. That's a good call right there.
Can't disagree.
That'll do it. Back to you, Steve.
That was Drops of the Week.
Kind of puts it all in perspective.
It does put it in perspective, and it's hard not to feel good about the work we're doing when we hear that and see the mirror held up and go, okay, yeah, this thing's good.
We got a lawyer calling a judge honey. We got a Mets fan who's just irate, sounds like a lunatic, and then the host at the end say, that's a good call. That's a really good
great call. Hey, we got some St. Louis hockey news, but Doug, it's not St. Louis Blues news.
Okay.
8 years, $3.85 million AAV for Trent Frederick in Edmonton. How about that?
Oh, good for him.
Jackson likes that because you played with him?
I went to middle school with Trent.
There you go.
All right. Good for Trent.
Nice contract for him.
Great guy, deserves it.
God bless.
Did the Oilers sign him, Tim, and say, oh, we love Trent?
I like Trent.
Shoot,
I like Trent. Congratulations to Trent Frederick on that. That's an outstanding score. Will he get to hoist the chalice? How long will he get to play with Connor McDavid? Those are the questions up in Edmonton. Questions here in St. Louis. What direction will the Blues go with Jordan Kyrou? Joey Vitale doesn't think he's going anywhere. Joey was with us in the 8 o'clock hour. He's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, and you can podcast it on the Schaefer Door Company podcast coming up anytime you would like, or go back and watch on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. Little Jackie Papers, you're getting compliments. Jackson, you kill drops of the week every Friday. Editing is very gnarly. You do it well. Congratulations. Applause. That's from the 314.
Very kind. Thank you.
What's it take, about an hour or more?
I do it like piecemeal throughout the week. So combined, not even that much,
So
probably.
you literally clip it off.
Yeah,
as
after
it
the show
happens.
every day, I try to grab some stuff and makes it easier as opposed to rushing on Thursday. Thank you. It gets easier as you do it for a while, and I've been doing it for a while.
God bless. 5 years. This guy's going to be celebrating his 5th anniversary. We got a big party coming up in December for Jackson's 5th anniversary on the show, Martin.
Oh, is that right?
Yep. That's right. It's
I kind of overdid it for your birthday, so I'm going to scale back.
It's going to be
on
a
the
real
anniversary.
box social.
Box
Sock hop?
social.
Yeah.
What does that mean, a box social?
I've heard it once, and I honestly don't know what it is, but I've heard like an old school party. It was once called like a box social. I'll look it up.
Huh, never heard that term.
Jackson's going to have a box social to celebrate his
It's
5th
a term for a
anniversary.
social event that was widely used in the early 1900s, varying definitions in Canada, UK, and United States.
And what would those definitions be?
At which individually prepared and contributed box lunches or dinners are auctioned off to the participants. The highest bidder in each case having the privilege to sharing the meal with its preparer.
Sounds fun.
Oh,
I think
Jackson.
Homer Simpson said
We're
it
going
once.
to
It made me
auction
laugh.
off box lunches?
Sure. We'll have a little box social.
I'm not wet. I'm not being the wet blanket. I'm not raining on your parade, but I just remembered something because I had texted you the other day. I said this would be perfect.
Surprise guest?
For drops of the week. I had to go back. Our text exchange the other day. Chris Zimmerman the other day was on. He said, it definitely matters. It definitely He said it back to back, and we had a little text exchange, and I said, oh, that'd be perfect paired with Frank. And I just realized it never happened. But that's okay. Still a great drop. It's okay.
Yeah, my bad.
It's okay. Next week.
Let's try to get past it.
I'll be all right.
Okay.
I can just include it in next week's
Well,
special.
there's no
This guy's in a good headspace. I think he's going low. Yeah, next week we're off.
So
we can
play
do
Thursday?
I'm off Wednesday. Yeah.
You're off Wednesday next week?
No, not Wednesday. Sorry, Thursday.
I'm off Thursday, too.
Wednesday we can do a little. I'll make Wednesday. I'll
Okay.
make a drops of
All
the
right.
week for
Okay.
you guys to play Thursday.
For us to play Thursday. Strickland said he can come by Tuesday because it's free agency opening day.
Yeah.
In the NHL.
Did he say anything about that Eastern Conference thing about Dobson that he just tweeted?
Sorry, I lost focus.
It's tough to have happen on this program. We got some insight here on the Eastern Conference thing. The Eastern Conference has hotter billet dads, and that's why he doesn't want to leave it. That's
Is that
MD
what it is?
2020.
He's still using a billet family? Making $10 million a year? And still wants someone else to take care of him? That is a soft generation.
That's MD 2020 reporting that the Eastern Conference is known to have hotter billet dads. It surprises me with L.A. and Anaheim.
Yeah.
That's the dad market you're focused on, Tim.
That's right. Just assume lower BMIs, but, who knows? Let's see. Attaboy, Jackson. Don't let the old get to you. That's from Steven Time, and I don't know what that means.
It's a reference to me.
Oh, yeah. And
calling
your
out
side was a
Jack
Steven
Kyrou.
Time.
No, it just occurred to me that we had.
Papers is in a good spot. I'm telling you. Martin,
we can't rattle him today.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, he's going low today. There's not a doubt in my mind. I've never seen him this dialed in.
Yes.
What's going
Feeling
on
good.
with you?
I don't know. Got good sleep last night.
Did you? Mm-hmm. The enzymes lined up, you said?
Yeah, just slept through the night. Woke up refreshed, full of piss and vinegar. Ready to rock.
Ready to hit that keyboard. You've been really kind of like Stephen Hawking. All of your talking has been through the mechanics of the show.
Yeah, we had Vitale on for a while, so that it's easier for me to be over there kind of working.
Okay.
All right, Doug. This guy's dialed in.
Some days are better than others.
Cubs broadcasters critical of Cardinal attendance. We have that for you on the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Aesthetic Design and Build. That's Dan and his team at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley that I have personally checked out. So impressed with both the showroom and Dan and his team that I had them come to my house and got to learn all the stuff that Aesthetic Design and Build can do for our outdoor living space. And of course, they can do the exact same thing for you. It's custom work. They are doing custom work for so many people in the St. Louis area because people know they are the best. From full-on custom decks, if you want to add on a pergola, or this is what we were really interested in, even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. If you are facing the west and that sun hits you hard in the afternoons during the summer, a retractable screen can save the day. They really do have answers for it all at Aesthetic Design and Build. You can call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. Doug, do you like this beat?
This is fine, sure.
Gracie Abrams.
You like Gracie Abrams?
I do, and today is her father, JJ's 59th birthday.
That's why you ran this?
Sure.
A singer has a father who's celebrating a birthday.
Yeah, I have a famous father.
Okay.
Star Wars?
Star Wars. Did the Mission Impossible, Star Trek.
Director, producer?
Both.
Oh.
Writer.
Huge Hollywood player.
Big sci-fi director, yeah.
J.J. Abrams. And his daughter, it's not her birthday.
It is not.
No,
not to my knowledge.
It's her
Unless they
birthday.
share
Yeah,
a
that's what I
birthday.
understand.
But it is JJ's 59th. The big 5-9er.
Always a significant birthday?
Yeah, I'd say.
Is it?
I think every birthday is
59th
significant.
birthday.
Manute Bowl eligible pointed out that when we celebrated the 52nd anniversary of the Bond movie Live and Let Die, that the 52nd is always the most celebrated.
Well, Bond's back in the news with Denis Villeneuve being the new director of it. So.
Okay. Fair enough.
When is Michael Gross's dad's birthday? Thanks. That's from Mrs. Janie Shanahan.
See, if you're going to start naming people and they don't have famous parents, then it's apples to oranges. Yeah.
Michael Gross, of course, played Alex P. Keaton's father on Family Ties.
William Oscar Gross passed away in 2012. So, to bring
what day?
Bring up that wound.
So on
June 4th.
Okay, we should have on June
We
4th
missed it.
played the theme song to Family Ties.
We missed it. That's on me.
Meredith Baxter Burney.
Had to weave it all together.
Brian Bonsall, Bulkett.
Meredith Baxter Burney was married to a guy named Bernie, last name Bernie, and then married a woman after that, I think.
Nice.
I think so, yeah.
Let's look it up.
Thought that was Judith Light. Maybe it was both of them. Yeah, we'll talk more about it in 10 o'clock hour. Martin wants to onboard for that discussion. This one coming from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, the Cubs broadcasters taking note of the crowds at Busch Stadium for the 4-game series with Chicago. The Monday through Thursday series averaged an announced crowd of 29,949 fans. That is the fewest at a series in St. Louis between the two teams since 1995. And more than 11,000 fewer than last year's full slate of Cardinals-Cubs games in St. Louis. Pat Hughes, who is a Hall of Famer with the Cubs, radio play-by-play man, said, so strange to see so many empty seats here in this big ballpark. You're accustomed to 40 to 45,000 every game, and I mean every game for the last... I've been here for 30 years. I don't remember crowds this small ever in the 30 years. Also, John Boog Shiambi said, not the biggest crowd I've seen for Cubs Cardinals, by the way. And then Jim DeShays, his color man, said, no, not at all. Not even close. I mean, surprising. Well, surprising and yet not surprising because their attendance overall has been down a good bit over the last 2 years. Hughes went on to say, another small crowd, he said during yesterday's game. Very disappointed with the audiences for this series. Two very good teams, and this is one of the great rivalries in all of sports. The Cardinals did get off to a slow start this year, but they've played very good ball of late. They're now 44-37 and right in the thick of things in this tough National League Central Division. Doug, that article in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch this morning detailing the Cubs announcers wondering about the Cardinal attendance.
I'm sure it is very surprising. Used to coming in here and seeing the place packed and a lot of energy. What's surprising to me is that it's 11,000 less than just a year ago. He said for the average for the Cubs series, 11,000 people just from last year, which has really got to be disappointing to the Cardinals.
Just like early seasons, Cardinal apologists will say it's the hot weather, just like school, air quotes, in the early months. That's from the 314.
Well, that's just one of many factors.
I think it was expected to be a low-attended season. That was sort of expected. But it is still kind of jarring when you look and see it.
Yeah.
I'm sure every team that comes through is like, all right, we're going to St. Louis. Probably not that excited about coming to the middle of America, but they probably like, hey, it's kind of fun to go down to Busch because there's always a big crowd and people are into it. The part that's really sad now is when they get just like a decent amount of attendance, and it could be me, it could be anybody in the media, but there always is a question. How about the crowd tonight? Anytime there's just like a hint of a decent crowd, now it's like notable. And it used to just be, hey, Tuesday night, hey, there's 30,000 on a Tuesday.
For years and years, it was like that.
And now if you get 20,000 on a Saturday and you're in the post-game scrum, there'll be a question about, how about that energy today? Oh, that was great. We love the fans. We need the fans. Yeah. And it was never a topic before.
Beer Cats is not happy with, I guess, the Post-Dispatch and this particular show, Doug.
Awesome. More crowd size talk. After this, can we break down Arenado and if he'll be traded?
Okay, knock it off, Beer Cats. We got to talk about something. Knock it off. It is really stunning because that was our thing. Cardinal baseball was the biggest thing going in this city for many, many years. And almost every time they opened the gates to play a game, the place was mostly packed. And now it's mostly empty. And that's stunning.
If it weren't the Cubs, let's say that it had been a 4-game set with
Bill.
Because you had so many
Let's
Chicago
say the Marlins
fans.
came in for 4.
Yeah, it would have been a rough ride because the weather, weekday. But the Chicago fans, wherever they came from, took up at least half the seats of those who were there.
Felt like it, yeah.
I don't know, Willie. You got the Yankees, and then I think are the Cubs back in August? There'll be a couple of big weekend series then. And if the team is still in contention, I don't know. Well, the Yankees probably have fans everywhere, so they'll have a lot of Yankee fans in the building for that series.
It didn't used to matter who was here.
Well, it matters. It matters.
Yeah, it matters now.
Frank, does attendance matter, whether it's the other team's fans?
It matters. It matters.
Okay, stop
why does he
yelling
get
at
so
me.
angry?
It's kind of depressing, too. For me, it is. Isn't it? When you go there and there's no one there. I mean, it's nice that the tickets are cheap.
I was going to say, there is the perk, Doug.
Yeah,
You get
there's
in
no
there.
traffic getting in and out, but it's kind of depressing.
We'll take your depressing call.
And it hasn't hit the Blues. Their attendance is great. Soccer attendance is great.
Well, man, I'm losing my high.
So it seems like that would tell you that it's more than just the weather or high prices.
For sure.
It's all of it. It's the disappointment in the team, I guess. It's probably the overriding thing.
It was 100 plus degrees. That's from the 314.
You're not allowed to mention that, Tim.
No.
Can't mention it.
And it wasn't 100 plus degrees. It wasn't quite that hot.
Right.
How much do you think crime is factored into people not wanting to go down to the Busch Stadium? That's from Halloneys in Hillsborough.
A lot. We've talked about that, especially for the older crowd. The older crowd is just not going down to St. Louis City as they once did. I hear that frequently from people in my age range.
Now, Chairman Steve, live on the 2 Fox the other night, when asked about living at One Cardinal Way for 5 years, he said, hey, I know there's a lot of problems with downtown. He said, but we haven't had any issues at all living here, coming and going, living in that building. But, yes.
He's in a secure building also.
Well, but I mean, he leaves the building at times. I'm saying living downtown has not been problematic for him, at least.
Yeah.
But you roll it all in. They're frustrated with the DeWitts. They're tired of Mo. They think the team doesn't care. And that's backed up by the fact that, no offense to Michael Hellman, and then the late addition of Phil Maton.
Thank you.
Who may have happened when was Joe Buck on hold, which came in handy because none of us knew how to pronounce the man's name. And we kept butchering it. And Joe, I think, he became increasingly annoyed with us. Hey, what about this Madden guy? It's Maton. It's Maton. The fact they didn't do much, I think, just added to the narrative. They were like, oh, they don't really care.
I've been looking for comps in terms of dates, in terms like weekday series, hot weather. It's tough to find a real comp, but on July 19th, 2021, the Cubs came to St. Louis, and that would have been a Monday. The attendance that night was 38,199. The weather, though, was 82 degrees.
And it was 2021?
2021. At that point in the season, they would have, I think at that point,
back to regular attendance.
There's no way they would have got to
COVID.
38,000 without it.
Right.
Guys, my stepbrother lives in One Cardinal Way. His only complaint is the late night street racing. That's from the
Well, that's an issue.
that's true.
Dude, I almost got hit by that car the other day. Almost everybody who goes is not going to be a victim of crime. But if there's just a few, and then it winds up on the news that these cars had their windows broken out, then that becomes the narrative. And it sticks with people, and people just don't want to deal with that nonsense.
There are a lot of loud cars just racing. I mean, I was leaving at about 11:15 maybe from downtown, and there were just cars roaring. And not necessarily, I didn't see them going by me at 100 miles an hour, but that revving, roaring of the engine. I guess the later it gets, that's when you bring out your roaring engine, Doug.
It makes you a tough guy, because not just anybody can step on the gas pedal like that.
How about people aren't going down to watch it because they suck? I'm tired of it, you donkeys. That's from Chairman's Pocket Partner.
Well, don't call us donkeys. And they don't suck that bad.
New slogan.
They're 6 over 500. They're independent race. They don't suck that bad.
Stop carrying the water for ownership and your lack of spending. Besides somebody named Mayton with your comps, J Papers. That's from Dougie V's BBL. Are you carrying water for ownership over there, Papers?
How are you?
Only John King.
You pointed out
no
the
Kings.
comp.
Oh, here we go. Got another one.
Okay.
2022.
Yeah.
Damn good Cardinal team. Tuesday, August 2nd, they played the Cubs in St. Louis.
Had to be packed.
That game was 44,340.
Alberto was on
chase
a
for 700.
heater.
Yes.
I remember Pujols
I
factor.
mean, that's basically capacity.
First game I ever took my son to was around August 20th of 2022. And Pujols hit, I think, a 690th home run that day. And it was a day game against the Rockies, the great Austin Gomber of the Arenado trade starting for Colorado. I don't know if he got out of the first inning. And that place was absolutely packed. But you had the Pujols thing running parallel. And also the Cardinals were aggressive at that deadline, acquiring Montgomery and Quintana. I loved that deadline.
And they got Quintana so he could pitch game 1 of the DS so they could come out early. That was the plan.
And they announced that
at the deadline. That was the secret plan, actually.
I wonder how long it will take them to come back to get the fans re-energized to the level that they once were. If one big season would do that, I'm not sure. That would tell you whether it's the other factors that are keeping fans away.
Well, in the offseason, you'll roll out Heim Bloom. He's going to lay out his plan. But if it's largely, hey, we're kind of rebuilding at the minor league level, we're tweaking everything we do from Palm Beach on up, that's not all that exciting. But if that may be, in fact, the messaging.
Oh, got another one. Sorry,
Burkett's comps.
I did not mean to. I got 2023.
Okay, more recent.
More recent. This would have been July 27th. That's a Thursday.
Team was terrible.
And they played the Cubs. It was on July 27th, 2023, 95 degrees that
cats
day.
And dogs.
The attendance that day, though.
What was it?
44,500.
Wow.
Even in a crap season.
Just
Last
2 years
place
ago.
season. How about that?
Yeah. Now, it wasn't a day game, but it was hot as hell. 95 degrees is what I'm seeing here in St. Louis.
I hear a lot of people complaining about parking prices. And while 20 or 30
Doug's
bucks,
echo chamber.
it is, 20 or 30 bucks might not seem like a lot if you're going to games in Chicago or New York, but in St. Louis, people don't like to pay that. They just don't. It's one of the few places in the whole city where you got to pay to park.
If it costs $50 to park, how many blocks are you willing to walk not to pay 50?
I'll walk
3
a lot.
blocks, yes. 4 blocks, yes. 5 blocks.
It's out of principle as much as anything for me.
9 blocks, 10 blocks. How many blocks do you walk? Jackson, this would be a great clearing the deck for future use, or for right now.
It's different if it's a night game and a day game, too. If it's a day game, I'll walk farther.
Okay. It's fair.
I'm just not as interested in baseball as I used to be. It was a slow burn in the mid-2010s, and I think it was expedited around that time when the team was truly a player or two away and started shifting to going after fringe players and not going for the jugular like they used to. That's from Alan Dadeville, Doug.
Okay.
It's his reasoning for.
Do you think they got to worry about that when you talk about a lockout or a work stoppage that's a year and a half away?
And
baseball
they are not going to spend this offseason. Because Cardinals.
Right. The slogan next December will be waiting for the lockout.
Yeah.
Saving money for this work stoppage. And there may be a lot of teams that are in that boat.
Well, they certainly went for it when they went for Goldschmidt and Arenado, and I think they went for it when they went for Sonny Gray and paid him a lot of money. And I think they think they went for it when they went for Contreras. It might have been a totally wrong thing to do, but they spent a lot of money on these guys. I think they were trying to go for it. They just didn't spend the money very wisely, as it turns out.
Alan Dadeville, following up, because he is from the Georgia area, says, on the flip side, a lot of my friends who I grew up with around that same time frame became re-energized with MLB and the Braves when the team moved near where they live and have a bunch of exciting players. Growing up, they were not into baseball like I was. That's from Allendale. The Braves moved from downtown Atlanta, which I'm sure was a brutal experience to try to go to games there. That stadium, went to some games there. I imagine we all went to Turner Field at one point or another. Didn't have a whole lot going on. It was kind of a offshoot after the Olympics there in '96, and they shut down Fulton County Stadium. And now they've moved what is Truist, was SunTrust, to more of the population center north of downtown Atlanta.
Atlanta went for years where they couldn't draw flies to their baseball games. It was always kind of bewildering why it's such a big city with some very good teams just couldn't draw anybody.
So, Martin, the Cardinals move the stadium to Chesterfield.
Things will pick up.
And things will pick up.
Maybe where the mall is.
That's right. I think that's where the ballpark is.
Put that Chesterfield downtown on
Clarkson.
hold.
You'd face some serious traffic to get there. One of the beauties of that downtown location is every major highway in town leads you right there. So you can come from any direction, as opposed to if it were in West County somewhere, everyone would be taking 40.
What if this team were 15 games over and in first place? Would people still be dug in that they're mad at the franchise if they were really good?
I think we got, I know they're not that, but I think we got a really good peek at as close as you can get to that with Wednesday night's game. Momentum, Cubs in town, you're 2.5 out of first place. It's late June. Now, again, I do think it's material to the conversation, even though some people don't want to hear it, about how hot it was. But as Jackson provided with some of that data, that it's not the first time it's been hot at a Cardinal game in June, July, or August. And still, 44,000 is the number you gave?
That 2023 one is damning because that was a bad team.
Yeah.
It was a Thursday night game, but it was really hot, and that was almost at capacity.
So that's what I was trying to think. We talked about this on my podcast, Jackson and I, yesterday. You know, when I was doing television, and that's taking us back to Busch Stadium 2, I just can't picture, even when it was hotter than hell, walking into that ballpark and it being as empty as it's been. Now, of course, it's declined, but the size of the decline is, I think, the thing that stands out. And that is, you know, I mean, listen, there's also, I think, when we have this conversation, there's a hypersensitivity to it that I think is subconscious with some in the area. I think it could be with older people who don't want to think of the idea of a game that they grew up loving potentially on decline. It could be with older people, or it doesn't have to be older people, who go, oh my God, is this run that we experienced really for 2 decades not only coming to an end, but when is it going to come back? Because the game's economics are so out of whack that it's not realistic for the Cardinals to go out and get some of the players that other markets can get. And then also a commentary on downtown St. Louis, which would then be a commentary on the region. If that is so off-putting and so undesirable to people to travel to for a baseball game, that it speaks to the future of the region that they grew up in and that their children may grow up in, grandchildren may grow up in, or perhaps it increases the probability of them leaving. So I think there's a whole lot of elements to it to make the conversation not really desirable. If there's one thing, whenever this show comes to an end, I know a number of you hope today is the last day. Whenever it's over, the one thing that this show did do outside of the nonsense, we were on the Rams thing. We were on it, unapologetically on it. There's no more important story than an NFL franchise potentially leaving the city. People didn't like to hear it being talked about. But if it's going to happen, you got to talk about it. You can't mislead people, especially when it's got the kind of impact both to the sports scene and the economic impact it can have to a region. So this is a story. You might not like it, but it is something of note. I just don't know how much this past week was about the weather. And I'm not using that as an excuse.
It would have been nice to have perfect weather with a team that's playing surprisingly well.
Right.
You win the first 2 games, the second one in exciting fashion. Normally in a St. Louis summer, that would be a huge draw.
But that's the thing. I just can't take myself back to like, okay, what was it like in 03, Martin, when you had the Dusty Baker, Tony La Russa thing going back and forth? That was great. Both were in the mix into September. The Cubs wound up winning the division and going to the NLCS. Should have gone to the World Series. I don't know. I can't imagine that the weather would have led to crowds like what we saw this past week.
And we talk about announcers coming to town. I wonder, La Russa was there Tuesday, Wednesday night. I wonder what he's thinking because he's not here all the time. Opening day, it's always kind of full. For him to be there at a Cards-Cubs game, it had to be a little strange, just staring at. You know, how many games did he manage there where the place was largely full? Fans were enthused. I need to get his take on that. He'll probably hop on next week if we want. Remember he said, I want to come back on.
He wants to promote the event that he's got coming up on July 16th. All right, 10 o'clock in St. Louis. Martin, you got some onboarding to tend to, I believe?
I do, but first I want to tell you about Design Air.
That's a good one to tell them about.
It's real simple. These folks, they show up. You know, we're talking about attendance. They have perfect attendance. You need to fix that air conditioner. They are going to be there. They're going to be on time. You can set up that appointment online at designairservice.com. Longest running sponsor of TMA, but in addition to that, family-owned business for more than 100 years now. It's great to do business with a company that has a great reputation, but on top of that, you know they're going to be around, which means any issues, you just call them up. They'll be right back out. And when they're there fixing that air conditioning, it's a little stressful when the AC's not working right. You want to make sure you've got a great technician coming out, repairman, repairwoman, that does a great job and get you back up and running without trying to sell you something you don't need. That added stress. DesignairService.com. It's pretty simple. Any issues year-round, heating, cooling, only one company to go to. That's DesignairService.com.
Good text here. My sensitivity to the attendance issue is a lifelong city of St. Louis and has a lot to do with the whiplash I feel from the national criticism of Rams attendance before they moved. That's from the 314. So yeah, I guess, you can have the thing that always goes on. Oh, why are you guys talking about this? There's that. But I think this is a different kind of conversation because it's not a pleasant one to have. And it goes deeper than a team is good, a team is bad. It also can run parallel to the state of a region and a fear that, the Cardinals being in St. Louis is not a God-given right. I know, and this is something I talked about on the podcast. I know I'm not talking about anything in the near future, but if you have the situation that you have with a downtown that is on the trajectory that this one has been on, with a lack of leadership that this region has had for a long time, both in the city and in the county, and from my standpoint, the rejection of pro-business and macro thought process being elected in exchange for whatever else you get, then you sit there and go, okay, could that happen? And that, I think, is a question. I mean, from my standpoint, God, if I could bet the bankroll on it, the next ballpark is not going to be built in downtown St. Louis.
Oh, God, no.
But when I say that, some people go, what are you talking about? I'm like, well, why in the hell would they? Yeah, I'm sure part of them wishes they didn't do it when they did it 20 years ago.
Probably wish they'd saved Ballpark Village for some other location.
So that I think is also part of the commentary. And I think when you've lost a football team, and you've done it twice, and some people who can remember that, you lost an NBA team, you sit there and go, God, could that happen? It's a bigger question. It's not a pleasant conversation to have, but it's a conversation that I think is at the very least relevant, even if it's not something that might be in the near future if things do not turn around. I'm not talking about on the field. I'm talking about from a bigger picture standpoint. It's 10 o'clock in St. Louis. Team 8, 101 ESPN. Let's talk about a local gem, Dents Express, family-owned and operated right here in St. Louis since 1992. Gray Wilson and his team are the go-to experts for paintless dent removal, whether it's hail damage, door dings, or those annoying shopping cart dings. What I think is great is these guys aren't just good, they're experienced. Their techs have been with them for over 20 years. And that means you can trust the people working on your vehicle. They offer free evaluations, no appointment necessary, and they'll even handle everything with your insurance. That's right, you drop it off, they take it from there. You don't have to worry about it. They're going to take care of it. They're open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, and located right here in West County. Call 636-227-5050. That's 636-227-5050. Or just swing by. Let Gray know that we sent you their way on TMA. That's Dents Express, St. Louis's leader in hail damage repair. Dents Express. This kind of gets you fired up, doesn't it?
No.
For the Guardian series?
Not that much, really. I guess maybe it should.
Only a couple months away from Missouri, Central Arkansas.
Well, I'll get there. I'm not there yet. I'm not fired up about that game yet, but I'll get there.
2 months. We're back with Missouri football, baby.
Yeah, it'll go fast, I'm sure.
No, it always does.
Doug Central Arkansas, and then Rock Chalk Jayhawk. And Jackson's got a wedding.
Yeah. I love the person. Very excited to be at their wedding, but tough
You're right in that age
scheduling.
group where you got a wedding about once a month, don't you?
Tough scheduling. Yeah, probably about that clip. And it'll probably next year will be even crazier. But yeah, September.
Because
Gotta go. I'm going to Chicago.
Ignored that, Doug.
Yeah, I didn't hear it. I'm
Sure
sorry.
did. He said, including yours.
He said because of yours.
Because of you.
Your wedding.
Oh, we'll see.
I'll be darned.
I've been on that for years, Jackie Papers. And by years, I mean a year.
But yeah, there's unfortunate timing. Not the person's fault. I don't know.
Have you sent a passive-aggressive anonymous message?
That's the thing is like I don't know if there's a bigger chasm between those who love college football and those who are getting married in the fall. Like they hear your complaint about it and they think you're a child.
It is understood in the South you do not schedule a wedding in the fall.
Right. But then like those who love college football are like, you're crazy. Like this is the most important thing. They only have 12 games guaranteed. Like it's important, especially when one's against Kansas. But at the same time, like, I get it. It's hard to book weddings. Venues are packed up.
This is the absolute truth. Kind of speaks to what we were talking about with regard to the Cardinals in the previous segment. I don't think about it now, but I think it's been part just I'm at a different point in my life. But scheduling things in October when we got married in 2011, but just in general, you'd be like, oh, you can't schedule anything in October. Some of our golf tournaments that we've had. Yeah, you don't want to do that because the Cardinals could be in the playoffs.
Right.
And that's not like that. Hey, that's a real possibility this year as well. But when it comes to football in September, October, and November, especially if you are from St. Louis and parts south, and certainly there's some areas north, but it's not as big of a deal. You got to be careful with those September, October, November weddings. That's just a real thing.
Because people legitimately book months and months in advance to get hotels in these places. They put money down, and then it's like if you a month later are like, all right, here's my wedding for this day in October, people might just be like, I'm sorry, I already have put a lot of dollars towards going to this football game. And they're well within their right to do so. It's not.
Oh, okay.
How many girls' game are you going to go to this year, Doug? What do you think? Over, under 1.5?
Yeah, that's probably about right. I hope to go to 1 or 2.
Papers, what about you?
I'm probably at a 2-piece. Yeah.
2-piece.
Chairman might be the leader. Chairman goes to all the games.
Chairman goes to, yeah.
Yeah, my dad has season tickets, so I'll be at most, if not all, the home games. Maybe make a road trip or two.
Awesome. Yeah. That's great.
Maybe see a girl somewhere that I won't talk to again.
Nice.
Huh. Yeah, how'd the Boston thing ever work out?
Boston thing was fine.
But it's over.
It's define over, Doug.
You don't talk to her anymore.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Huh, so it's still on.
It's fluid.
I'm getting married in September. Suck it, Doug. That's from Marsha's burner.
Huh. Well, I didn't say you couldn't get married in the fall.
Oh, no, I can't watch a widow football game with my widow friends because I have to go to a wedding. Wah! That's from Big Tuft.
See? I'm telling you, the chasm is wide. Those who think that's like people who are like, don't care about college football. They're like, they look at you like you have two heads, but you're like, there's a major college football game on. They're like, well, I'm getting married. Like what are we doing here? But it's like, let's Kansas. They haven't played in forever. But I love the person. Happy to go to the wedding. But unfortunate timing.
We did a fall wedding, but I didn't feel badly because it was during the we go to bowls around here era. So the free liquor kept everyone happy enough. Times have changed, though, with a Southern CPA and Air Jordans at the helm. That's from Carlos Spicy. We were talking a Southern CPA with Air Jordans at the helm.
See, my buddy got married a year ago in the fall, strategically, during the Boston College game. Ideal.
Wow. Knew about the schedule, looked at the schedule, and said the Boston College game's a good one to avoid.
Happy coincidence, I think, because this guy's a beaker, Benedict Arnold, a traitor.
Wow. Jackson just went in on his buddy.
Oh, yeah, he knows that my thoughts on it.
It seems to me, though, that you could always record the game on TV, try not to find out what happens, and go back and watch
it.
You
won't wait 36 hours to watch the Mizzou-Kansas game?
If you have to go to a close friend or relative's wedding?
Oh,
yes.
It's not a question like, I'm not like, boy, should I go to this? I'm 100% going. But recording, then I have to have my phone off. Like, what if I look at Twitter once?
Why would you have to wait 36 hours later to watch it?
The wedding's in Chicago. So I'm recording it on my television in St. Louis, then I drive to and fro.
So you're going to try to avoid finding out what happened?
No, it's insanity.
Right.
Well, even if you knew what the outcome was, you still could go back and watch it.
Yeah, I'd still do that, but it's not the same.
I agree with that.
Nearly the same.
Buzz has a solution. Pro tip: don't get married. It's from Buzz. Wasn't he like in a relationship where his wife is very frisky? And
there was a medical professional from Chicago.
Certain physician.
Oh, yeah, they played swappity-swap,
who would
didn't
come
they?
visit.
I guess a Buzz, have things gone off the rails? I mean, if you want to share, it's none of my business, but feel free. Getting married is overrated, Doug, and now there's a lot of anti-marriage coming in. That's from the 314. The Hoosiers, who get upset they have to attend a wedding instead of watching their SEC team, are the reason Casey's General Store taco pizza exists. That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
That could
Hold
be.
on a second. The Hoosiers, who are upset that they have to go to a wedding instead of watching SEC football, they're the reason that Casey's General Store sells taco pizzas?
I think that could be.
God forbid men have hobbies.
So you want to fight the Crestwood Coyote?
I think he's being facetious.
I think it's asking a lot, though, of people to say, please don't schedule your wedding around my college
100%.
football game.
Come on. No, I know. It's silly, it's dumb, but like I can't help it. Like I love watching the Tigers, and I really love watching them play Kansas.
Berkey, me, Con, and Marky Mark are going to have so much fun at the Mizzou KU game. How's that for FOMO? That's from your buddy, Sweet Kai. You just went to Cape Cod for the guy, and now he's dunking on you.
Yeah, they were being huge jerks about it.
He's coming in town that weekend?
Oh, yeah.
Hit me up, Kai.
Nice. Sweet Kai might be making the move
Are you
back.
going to go to the game with him?
I would love to meet Sweet.
Would you?
Yeah.
A great guy.
Okay.
But yeah, they're rubbing in my face that I can't go, this, that, and the other.
Anyone who says getting married is overrated has definitely Googled how to kiss a girl before. That's from the Warren County Wizard.
That's why you clear your search history, Doug.
If Kyrou is not on the hockey team on July 1st, I am buying season tickets. That's how little I think of him. That's from Harrison's brother Master.
If he's not on the team, he's going to buy tickets. So he hasn't been going to games because they got this guy who keeps scoring goals. And that's upsetting to him.
Correct.
Okay. Got it.
Harrison's brother Master will be in full-on celebration mode if they trade Jordan Kyrou. He has been texting into this program for years about number 25. He wants him out. I don't want James Carlton out. I want more of James Carlton. He's my insurance agent. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. He's been my insurance agent for 6 years, and I am so thrilled that I got to know James and started working with him. And I'm telling you, if you do the same, you are going to feel the same. There is a difference between James Carlton and his team at the State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves and a large number of insurance agents. And I know, I understand. You're thinking two things. Oh, they're all the same, and you're just doing a commercial. I understand that. And then you're thinking, I just don't really want to go through the hassle of having to email or call my insurance agent and saying I'm making the switch. And I understand both those things. But I'm telling you, it's worth it. They'll do all the paperwork for you, and now you're working with the best. And when you need an insurance agent, when you need your insurance, you are then grateful that you are working with the best. I don't even think anything of it anymore. If anything, I borderline look forward to it because it's so easy. It's so refreshing. Make the switch. You'll be happy you did. carltoninsurance.net or call. You're going to talk to somebody right there in the office right now at 314-961-4800. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt is at the dais with Martin Kilcoyne and onboarding. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. The program's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Texas State is in the final steps of accepting an invitation to the Pac-12. It has initiated the process of calling a Board of Regents meeting for Monday to complete the move. Sources confirmed to ESPN and Pete Thamel. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Hard to believe this is 2008, Doug.
It is 2008.
It really is. I was thinking about that just the other day. 2008? You kidding me? This song?
Yeah, it was my first World Series of Poker main event, as you know.
No, was it?
And the day before I played, I believe, me and, I don't know, 12, 15 guys went out there. A few of them were playing and a few of them were out there just to enjoy the festivities. And that is when star of old school Andy Dick entered our cabana. Mm-hmm. And, hey, I'll be honest with you, he didn't take a liking to me. He took a liking to my compadre who played basketball. Did he play at Penn? I think he might have played at Penn. And he ran his index finger down his boy cleavage and said, "Ooh, you're a tall one."
Oh.
Yeah,
I'm in me undies.
Who is this gentleman from Penn?
Andy Dick.
The guy from Penn.
I think he played basketball there. Compadre of mine. Great PLO player, by the way. Very dangerous. No Limit Hold'em's too boring for him. PLO will kill you. Don't play PLO against him.
Okay.
The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the 10 o'clock hour here, which means with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up in about 20, 25 minutes. We had Joey Vitale with us. He told us how Jordan Kyrou is like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said he never had a menage a trois.
No.
And I can't remember what else he talked about. That youth sports and these volleyball tournaments are like frying bacon. There's a lot there.
Yeah.
There's a lot there.
And the more you think about it, the more confused you become.
And yet I couldn't get enough of it. Mm-hmm. It's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, as is our podcast. Schaefer Doors online at SCHAEFER door.com. That's Jason Gosrow, who is listening and saying he is positioning himself at the Vitale house because apparently Joey's garage breaks every week.
Well, with everything he's got going on, goats and everything, I'm sure they're tough on garage doors.
Yeah, goats, birds, 30 kids.
Right, chickens.
Ghosts. Schaefer Door, SchaeferDoor.com. They set up a number for TMA listeners, so you got the direct pipeline to Schaefer Door Company if and when that garage door breaks, or if you need repairs, 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. They also service commercial doors as well. It's SchaeferDoor.com. Sharon in Clayton now has an alliance with Harrison's brother, Master. Who would have thought? She says, "Right on, Master. I fully concur. I will talk to my ticket rep and see if there are empty seats in my section." She wants Jordan Kyrou out as well.
Really?
How about that?
Okay. All right. I don't understand the hate necessarily.
Tim, didn't Andy Dick try to bang you at the comedy show in New York with Artie Lang, or was that the principal from Problem Child? That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Doug, there's so much in that text. I think the only time I was with Andy Dick was in 2008. I was with Artie Lang in 2013. And the principal from Problem Child was who? Was that
Gilbert
Michael
Godfrey?
Gilbert Godfrey.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Peabody.
He made a play on you?
Like that.
No, Gilbert Godfrey. I got a chance to meet him when I was with Artie. And I don't know. Do you think that line that he used to Artie's girlfriend is appropriate for terrestrial radio, Jackson?
I don't know if I know that.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess I'll err on the side of caution.
If you're asking the question, the answer is probably no.
He wants to dip crinkle cut fries into your rumpus room chamber pot.
Yeah, see, you can't say that.
That's Andy Dick, and that was used by Tom Schmidt for a Salt and Smoke commercial. Congratulations to Tom, by the way, as he expands into Edwardsville. Get me some of that brisket. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That Tom, man.
He's great people.
Salt and Smoke, he's expanding everywhere.
How many stores he got now?
God, I don't know. That's one of my favorite Mount Rushmore favorite people. Tom Schmidt's on there.
Yeah.
So I hope he's honored to be on there with Ella Reese.
Great brisket, too.
Yeah, and then I'm addicted to those Fenton Bar and Grill wings. You were with me on that, Chairman. God. So I was craving them yesterday, and Chuck from Fenton Bar and Grill, loyal TMA listener, I go out there. And I see Chuck, and he had been texting me about he loves the show, and I'm like, oh, I love your wings. I said it's to a point now where I'm getting them almost twice a week. We're at about a once a 7 to 8 day range, and he's out there. And I didn't know he played at Clemson. I played soccer at Clemson, and he had a bunch of buddies in from Clemson. I guess they won a national championship. I think he was telling me on his team, and he had been out. He had buddies in from the Clemson team that he played with for 3 days of golf in St. Louis. And he said, buddy, I can't handle this. We still got a day left. They've been out there playing golf in this heat.
Oh, jeez.
On Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Whew.
Yeah, that's rough.
Cats and dogs. But Chairman Kurt, Doug, myself, and producer Joe about to hit the links here in 2 hours. Jackson, you didn't want any part of it.
I committed to playing with my buddies earlier. And
do you get the sense he doesn't like us?
He wants to play with his boys.
Yeah, because we're going to play St. Louis, and that's where we play.
No. Just, make a commitment like that. You want to back out. But I appreciate the offer nonetheless. Incredibly kind.
All right.
I want to come clean about something. Jackson mentioned it earlier, and I almost chimed in then, but I, too, have let my gin expire. So I don't know if there was going to be some wagering.
I'm happy.
Today,
I'm happy to gamble, but I was telling you boys in the commercial break, Doug, I've made it's more of a grip change than a swing change, and I am going to commit, even if I wind up shooting like an 80 today, I am going to commit to sticking with it throughout the round, even though I have a feeling there's going to be some balls that might not necessarily be in bounds, and so I would be very vulnerable to losing money.
Sounds great.
So this is a good day to get me.
Well, I don't have a handicap either. I never have kept.
I think producer Joe carries one.
Does he?
Yeah, I think he's like a 12 or something like that.
All right.
So Jackson, you could have gotten me today. You could have gotten my pocket.
I'm not very good either, so.
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming up here in about 15, 20 minutes. BK and Ferrario coming up at 11 o'clock. The Fast Lane at 2 o'clock. And then NHL draft coverage here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m. with Chris Kerber and Alex Ferrario. That is all coming your way. Tori Holtzfinger says, where are you guys playing today, Timmy? I can't give that out because of the paparazzi. I can't give that out.
It's just too much, yeah.
It's gotten to a point now where I feel like I'm living in a glass house, like I'm in an aquarium.
And there'd be a handful of protesters out front and everything.
Just because of my mere existence?
Well, there's always somebody protesting everything.
Yeah, I guess so. And where are you playing, Papis?
Far Oaks.
That's kind of his home track.
Yeah, it's been a while since I played out there, though. So, looking forward to it.
I'm going to set your over-under at 84.5.
It's a good number. It's probably right about where I'll shoot. I know that course real well. It's all about managing the course, Doug.
Well, isn't every round of golf about managing the course?
Some days are better than others in that regard. And course knowledge is certainly beneficial in that department.
And I think you're going low today.
That'd be great.
You're just dialed in.
Some of our lower rounds of the past couple of years have been at Far Oak, so.
This guy's going low, Doug. Bet the under on Papis.
I'm not going to bet on it.
I am.
No, absolutely. Well, 50% each. I'll have you stake me.
I'm not betting on it.
Stake me, Doug.
Doug, you got an invite after golf today. Would you like to go swimming tonight? That's from Car Wash Dave.
Oh, whereabouts?
Car Wash Dave, call in.
Swimming hole?
Waterbed?
This week we had Arbor Day text in that new Blues Fleur-de-Lis logo was going to be on the thigh of every mom at Indian Hills.
Oh.
So maybe it's at Indian Hills. I call it Native American Hills, but that's something that or Guardian Hills.
That sounds kind of cool.
So let's see what Car Wash Dave has for you. Golf's only about money, no talent. That's from the 618, who is becoming my favorite texter.
Yeah, it's only about money, no talent.
I thought it was satire, but Brad Thompson told us it's real.
It's very real.
Jackson says it's very real.
Painfully real.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email. It's coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is where success meets success and has been since 1890. They were founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues, and now the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor the Stifel Theater. Their name is all over town. They are honored to support the city, the people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered as one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is where success meets success. So it's no wonder they've decided to partner with a fabulous program like this one here. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Doug, I got to be transparent with you and the audience. We have done some long segments today, and we need to play catch up. All of your hatred for that is welcome. I would give out my personal number, but I can't do it. So 314-399-9646 is where you can express your frustration. But at the same time, I mean, you did get like 30-minute segments earlier, so you know.
Sure you did. Yeah.
So we got to take a break really quickly, and then we'll have that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. The program's called TMA. It's 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Sherman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. Fast lane at 2 o'clock here on 101 ESPN. Then we have NHL draft coverage starting at 6 p.m. on 101 ESPN with Chris Kerber and Alex Ferrario. What will the Blues be doing? I am seeing now talk of the Blues and Canadiens talking about Kyrou. The Canadiens also talking about in the mix for Dobson as well. So would you see that going on? Doug, would it be happening today more so than before July 1st? I tend to think so, but we'll find out here over the next 8-9 hours, and 101 ESPN will be all over it. Cardinals are in Cleveland for the weekend, taking on the Guardians. Sonny Gray didn't pitch against the Cubs, but he is pitching against the Guardians, and Luis Garcia is on the mound for tonight's festivities in Cleveland. And Jackson Burkett, if you want to bet on that, the number for his score, did I say 83.5 or 84.5?
84.5.
84.5. It's already moved down to 83.5. The action people are so high on your performance today. And I just went to my offshore gaming site to go see the numbers on the Cardinals and Guardians, and then I realized I've been frozen out of the account ever since the guy hacked in and bet on that Mexican soccer.
Okay, and lost every bet, too.
Yes,
right?
That's correct. So I can't give you the numbers on the Cardinals and Guardians. My guess is God, what do you think on that? Say Cardinals minus 115. My play. That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
Over/under of 7.5.
Yeah, with Sonny on the mound.
This says Cardinals minus 130.
All right. I feel like that was respectable.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got minus 125 and the total 8.5.
Righty on the mound for Cleveland.
And it's on Apple TV Plus tonight.
Then you got Roku on Sunday.
Yeah, that'll get people worked up.
Yep.
Me included. I don't want to work for it. I just want to sit down and have it come on. I don't want to fight for it.
It's a reasonable request you're making,
Mm-hmm.
I have to tell you, in 2025, in which I can, with two presses of my thumb on my phone, I can be watching any MLS game, including the local team. But when it comes to the baseball team synonymous with St. Louis sports, it's an odyssey.
Right.
Design Air Heating and Cooling email today will be coming up here momentarily. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And while you're doing that, I would go to 100westdental.com to work with Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team. It's 100 West Dental. That is located on Manchester in Baldwin. They built brand new offices. I've been to them. They have the most modern technology there. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No dental insurance. That's not a problem at 100 West Dental. They have a membership plan, and that aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. I'm sure plenty of you are sitting there going, I don't want to go see the dentist, but bad dental health can lead to bad medical health, so getting your teeth checked is super important. Also, if you're interested in Invisalign, you mentioned my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that'll show you the simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com. Mention my name, and you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals back in action this evening following the split series with the Cubs. They're headed to Cleveland, take on the Guardians. It's going to be a 6:10 p.m. first pitch on Apple TV this evening. Sonny Gray on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented by Brown and Crouppen. Buck Swope has a lead over Marlins Family Barbecue, and Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio here for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Michael Gross and Meredith Baxter Birney have the exact same birthday, and they played husband and wife. Weird or no? That's from Dan Beal.
Dan Beal.
Doug, is that weird?
Not that weird, really.
Is their birthday December 8th, 1947?
I don't know when their birthday is, Tim. I just don't. I wish I did.
Got to do show prep around here, man. Got to start doing it.
I got to know when Meredith Baxter Birney was born.
That would have been 3 years and a day after Pearl Harbor, right? December 7th, 1942? Or are we doing 41?
Pearl Harbor was 41.
Got it. I knew the date.
And I need to do show prep.
Wow. Wow.
June 21st, 1947. Last week.
Yeah, we should have done something for that. Should have had him on. Surprise guest. Joining us now, Justine Bateman. Justine Bateman, older sister of Jason?
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
She on the show with Michael J. Fox?
Yeah, that's the one we're talking about.
Is it?
Doug, we got to start doing show prep around here.
I guess so.
That wasn't Family Ties, was it?
Goodness.
What is going on? It's like we're playing show Jeopardy. I give the answer, and then Jackson asks the question afterwards.
I'm on tape delay.
I'm now going to take the over on the 84.5.
Yeah, I might have lost it.
It wore off right at 10:30. Guys, I don't know about you, but I always thought whatever happens during a prostate exam was fair game. It's preventative care. My insurance covers it, so why not make a day of it?
Usually they don't use the finger anymore.
It's clear.
Just a blood test.
And you are upset?
Very happy about that.
But apparently, when your trousers down, kneeling on that little table, and the doc fires a lubricated finger into your ozone, you're not supposed to sport a little lumber. Next thing I know, security's going to get called, and I'm banned from the urgent care of Lee Mayberry. He's getting a prostate check at the urgent care.
And making a day of it.
It's a recreational prostate check.
Especially considering this isn't even the worst reaction I've had to a medical exam. Back in 2019, during a routine turn your head and cough, I let out what only can be described as a soft moan.
No.
The doctor said it was disturbing. I called it Tuesday. I just assume these things came with the territory. I believe access to medical care is a basic right, and if a doctor cannot handle a grown man puckering up like he's about to meet the good Lord, maybe they picked the wrong profession. Anyway, shout out to Doug for normalizing this. Also, the Marlins Family Barbecue.
Marlins Family Barbecue.
Hey, Tim, Huey Lotz here again. Just wanted to chime in to say what happened at Busch yesterday was a rite of passage, a baptism. Contreras didn't have to just defend himself for the team. He defended me. He defended you. He defended us, the fans, the tradition, the Clydesdales. And naturally, the media up north is calling it antics. Antics? Please. The truth is they're just irrelevant. Wrigley is a lawn ornament with ivy. Busch is a cathedral. They raise their taxes and mimosas in the bleachers. We raise our nation's flag and kids in the bleachers. We're just built different here. Yesterday wasn't just raw emotion. That was conversion. Wilson Contreras is one of us now. That Stiefel patch, it means something around here. It may as well be a Local 1 journeyman badge. And yesterday, Contreras punched in early, worked through lunch, stayed late, and brought his own damn tools. So yeah, the wife and I pulled her two kids and my kid from... The wife and I pulled her two kids and my kid from Vacation Bible School, and we watched it as a family, shirtless, from section 509, row 12, seats 3, 4, 7, 10, and 17.
You get them as close as you can.
Is there even a section 509?
No.
Closer to the arch than the batter's box. No shade, no breeze. Just 5 dehydrated Lotzes and 1 Eduardo Perez jersey stuffed in a Schnucks bag in my wife's purse so I didn't sweat through it before the 5th. The kids scribbled in my wife's checkbook, and I slammed $14 Bud Light limes for 2 hours and 48 minutes straight. It was 104 degrees, and it was perfect. Gonna catch the replay at Have a Nice Day Cafe around noon if anyone wants to relive it with me. That's from Huey Lotz, Mizzou Made 92, Kappa Alpha Order House Dad 93 through 2004, Father First, Cardinal always.
Huey Lotz. Remember that Have a Nice Day Cafe?
I did.
There on Union Station.
Yeah. Rick Ankiel and I got sideways there, and was that 2000? December 2000? January? No, it's January 2000. January 2001.
I like how he became the house dad for KA.
Yeah, for 9 years.
A year after he graduated.
Huey Lotz.
That's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, Doug.
Well,
the question now becomes what you got.
Huey Lotz brought it pretty strong, but I do enjoy prostate check humor. So I'm going to go with Marlon's Family Barbecue.
I agree, Doug. Marlon's Family Barbecue for me.
I really liked Huey Lotz's signature, so I'm voting Lotz.
Oh, I didn't want it to come to me today. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I would have thought Marlon's Family Barbecue for sure, but that email signature is great.
I think I'm going Huey Lotz. And I Lucas. 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. But I have to go with what I think is the best. We all signed an oath, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Well, yeah, but I just thought Marlon's Family Barbecue was the best.
Well, that's strong.
And that's ignoring Dan Beal's handiwork, too.
Well, okay.
He was the odd man out.
Yeah. Sorry, Dan.
Congratulations to Huey Lotz, house dad over at KA right across the street, just to the north of us at Sigma Chi, Doug, when we're on campus.
Okay.
Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. The program has been called TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.